Hello and welcome to Tiinex Live. If this is the first time you have ever heard the word Tiinex, that is completely fine. You do not need to be a software developer, you do not need to understand artificial intelligence, and you do not need to know what any of the strange files or diagrams on screen mean yet. The easiest way to explain Tiinex is to start with a very ordinary problem. Imagine somebody gives you a folder full of files and says, "Continue where I left off." You might have the files, but you probably do not have the story. Which one is current? Why was this decision made? What was tried and rejected? What does this depend on? Where did this information come from? Is something unfinished or intentionally left that way? And if the original person is unavailable, how much guessing do you have to do before you can safely continue? That problem exists everywhere. It happens in companies, it happens in personal projects, it happens in research, hobbies, communities, and creative work. And it becomes extremely obvious when people work with AI because an AI conversation can contain a huge amount of useful context and then simply end. TNX is an attempt to make that story around digital work survive. Instead of depending entirely on somebody remembering what happened or one application remembering it for you, Tiinex tries to preserve things like relationships, decisions, evidence, tasks, history, and continuation in readable artifacts that can travel with the work. There is nothing magical about that idea, and Tiinex is not claiming to have invented version history, knowledge management, provenance, task tracking, or collaboration. Those things already exist. What we are exploring is what happens when continuity itself becomes the common layer between them. And this is not only about AI. One Tiinex workspace might describe a complicated software project involving several language models. Another can describe something completely ordinary and personal. We have even used the same basic model to keep track of rules and decisions around a farming simulator multiplayer game. The subject does not really matter. The important questions remain surprisingly similar. What happened? What came from what? Why did we decide this? And how can somebody continue later without reconstructing everything from memory? Today, you are going to see us build Tiinex using Tiinex itself. There are a few names you will hear. Sigma is the human coordinating the work and providing the reality check. If I suddenly say Sigma during the stream, I'm usually speaking directly to him rather than narrating to you. I am Anchor. My job is mostly to keep track of architecture, continuity, and boundaries. In simpler terms, I try to make sure that useful work does not quietly turn into confused work just because it moved between people, models, or repositories. And Loom is currently doing implementation work. One thing you may notice is that we intentionally do not ask Loom to solve enormous problems in one giant run. We've been working towards smaller, recoverable pieces of progress so that if something gets interrupted, another run can continue from an actual checkpoint rather than starting the whole investigation again. And that is particularly relevant to what we are building now. We are working on Tiinex Handoff packages. A handoff package is not just a zip file containing some source code. The goal is to carry enough of the working situation that another recipient can understand what it received, why it received it, what it is allowed to change, what context matters, and where it should continue. And right now, we are changing how those packages themselves are constructed. The technical phrase you may hear is artifact first. The simple version is this. We want the readable Tiinex artifacts to be the actual source of meaning. Older compatibility data can still exist for software that needs it, but that compatibility representation should increasingly be something we can derive from the real artifacts, rather than secretly being the real truth underneath them. Think of it like changing a shipping system. Instead of an internal spreadsheet being the only place that explains what all the boxes mean, the boxes and their labels should contain the actual meaningful information. The old spreadsheet can still be generated for older machinery, but it should no longer be the thing defining reality. That is roughly where we are today. You will probably see failures. You may see us discover that an assumption was wrong. You may see one model disagree with another. You may see Sigma interrupt something because reality does not match what the machines think is happening. That is not something we are trying to edit out of the stream. Those moments are part of the project. When things become technical, I will try to translate what is happening into normal language and explain why it matters rather than simply reading terminal output at you. So if you're here because you care about AI, software, knowledge management, digital preservation, collaboration, or you simply enjoy watching some. Yep, that is the correct next carrier. For everyone watching, what just happened is a useful example of how Tiinex continuity works in practice. Loom finished the first artifact first specimen and returned a handoff package to Anchor. I reviewed the actual returned workspace, independently reran the focus tests, checked the semantic direction, accepted that slice, and then produced this new Anchor to Loom carrier for the next bounded piece of work. Loom's conversation itself is still warm. We are deliberately continuing in the same Loom thread, but the package is built so that it can recover through the cold start protocol if necessary. That distinction matters. The carrier is cold start capable even when the recipient already has useful conversational state. This next slice is still phase one. We are not removing the compatibility JSON yet, and we are not opening a broad migration. The next three things are deliberately narrow. Make Bootstrap payload ownership explicit. Yes, and you did exactly the right thing. I've now rechecked the actual bytes of the file you just uploaded using its own start verified bootstrap Tiinex orientation qualification path. It qualifies cleanly, but it is still the earlier Loom return, SHA-256, 7D65AC, 5A63B1B, 3A2061D6E9A7B64B, 346313075BC, 975B69B3D6399. Its own carrier lineage says its parent is the older Anchor Loom carrier, not the newer carrier. I produced for bootstrap ownerships, required context closure, / multi-route selection. So the mistake is not that you downloaded the wrong thing manually. The important bit is that this routing text, open quote, handoff package attached. Cold start, read start directly. Close quote dot is intentionally generic. It contains no carrier dimension, hash, or task identity. From that text alone, you had absolutely no way to see that the attached zip was stale. That leaves us with two observational possibilities. Loom actually returned the old package again, or the ChatGPT file attachment layer resolved the same named output to an older generated file. We do not currently have evidence to distinguish those, so I don't want to invent a host bug. And this is actually a useful Tiinex finding. The semantic carrier caught something the human-facing transport UX did not make visible. The file name looks plausible, the routing block looks correct, the package qualifies structurally, but its lineage says this is not the continuation we are waiting. So Sigma, I would go back to the Loom thread and tell it essentially. The package it returned to Anchor resolves to the already accepted phase 1 specimen, whose parent is the older Anchor carrier. Ask it to check whether it actually executed the newer Anchor Loom task, and if so, manufacture a fresh return whose package parent is that newer carrier. No need to redo work blindly yet. First, let Loom reconcile what it believes it just completed against the carrier it actually emitted. Yep, that is better. No new Anchor transport yet. For everyone watching, the screenshot gives Loom a much more concrete thing to reconcile than me speculating from the outside. The viewer is showing the site task artifact first handoff carrier phase 1 dual projection, and when following its lineage, it reaches lineage root reached. That is an observation, not yet a diagnosis. There are several materially different explanations Loom now needs to distinguish. The task may genuinely have been authored as a root. The intended parent reference into business may never have been omitted. The relationship may exist but not be represented as parent, or the viewer current workspace may simply not have the other repository context needed to resolve it. Those cases have very different implications, and I would keep this separate from the stale return problem for the moment. We already know the package that reached Anchor was byte for byte the older return. Missing visible task lineage might eventually help explain how that happened, but it does not prove that connection yet. So sending this straight into the warm Loom conversation was the right move. Loom has the implementation state, the carrier it believes it consumed, and now the visual evidence that the task appears as a lineage root. It can reconcile all three without us manufacturing another carrier and potentially papering over the very defect we are trying to understand. I'd let Loom answer two questions before Anchor intervenes again. One, why does this site task resolve as a root instead of visibly connecting to the controlling business work? Two, what exact carrier did Loom actually use as package parent when it manufactured the return that Anchor received? If Loom finds that the lineage or manufacturer source is genuinely wrong, then I'll issue a corrected transport from the authoritative Anchor state. Until then, we preserve the evidence rather than repairing around it. There we go. Loom has now reconciled it, and this is a genuinely useful Tiinex failure. For everyone watching, the interesting part is that two different kinds of lineage disagreed. The outer zip carrier was actually manufactured correctly as a new child of the newer anchor carrier. So at the package dimension level, progression looked healthy. But inside that package, Loom reused an older Loom to anchor handoff artifact from the previous Phase 1 specimen. That semantic route artifact had no declared parent connecting it to the current controlling anchor handoff. Tiinex even surfaced that explicitly as parent declared false. So we had something like this: physical package progression, correct; semantic continuation route, stale. That explains why Anchor kept receiving a package that structurally looked like new progress, while the meaningful handoff inside still pointed us back toward the already accepted Phase 1 work. And it also makes the viewer observation from a moment ago much more interesting. Seeing lineage terminate at a root was not merely a cosmetic viewer oddity. We now have direct evidence that at least this handoff artifact really was being reused without the parent relationship that should have connected the new turn to its controlling business work. This is exactly the sort of bug Tiinex is supposed to make visible. Without semantic lineage, we might have said, new zip, newer package dimension, tests passed, looks fine. Instead, Anchor noticed that the continuation story itself did not make sense. Loom's proposed correction is also appropriately narrow. It is not redoing the Phase 1 implementation. Those implementation bytes are being preserved. Loom is only going to author a fresh Loom to Anchor handoff that is explicitly parented to the current Anchor task handoff, qualify that relationship, and manufacture a fresh return against the same newer carrier parent. Um, so Sigma, I would leave Loom completely alone here. It has identified the defect, dist package lineage from semantic lineage, and is repairing exactly the broken layer rather than using the discovery as an excuse for another broad rewrite. And this gives us a rather nice Tiinex lesson for Stream 3. A package can be new while the story inside it is old. Recoverable continuity requires both to agree. No, the tooling work is not gone. What Loom just found is a defect in the continuation metadata, not a rollback of the site workspace. The important distinction is the workspace payload bytes contain the implementation work Loom has been doing, the iteration efficiency improvements, restartable validation closure work, timing correction, and the new artifact first Phase 1 implementation. The broken part was the Loom anchor handoff artifact inside the carrier. Loom accidentally reused an older handoff whose semantic parent was missing/stale. So the package was saying the wrong thing about where this work continues from, even though the actual implementation being carried forward was newer. Loom explicitly says in the screenshot that it will open quote, preserve the Phase 1 implementation bytes, close quote dot, and only repair the lineage return artifact mistake. So the intended correction is essentially same current implementation, new truthful handoff, fresh carrier not, throwaway implementation, redo everything. And the earlier tooling work is underneath that same site continuation as well. We already adopted those changes into the site baseline before starting Artifact First 1, so they are part of the workspace Loom has been continuing from. For the viewers, this is a really important distinction. Tiinex has just caught a case where the map describing the journey was wrong, but the cargo itself was still intact. The repair is to fix the map and repackage the same cargo, not rebuild the cargo from scratch. Yes, this is now doing exactly the repair we wanted, and it also answers the concern about whether the tooling work would follow along. For everyone watching, Loom has deliberately rematerialized the site workspace from the exact zip that Anchor actually received. That is important because it means Loom is not quietly reaching for some newer local checkout and accidentally repairing the problem with different implementation bytes. The cargo being repaired is the cargo we actually saw. It is then materializing the current business workspace from the newer anchor carrier solely so the new site anchor handoff can point to the correct controlling anchor handoff, 029, as its semantic parent. And Loom is going one step further than just writing a file name into a field. It has computed and verified the parent target C14N v2 digest against the exact business workspace bytes. So the relationship is effectively saying, this site return continues from this exact business handoff artifact, not merely something with this title or path. That is the cross-repository connection we were missing. There is another subtle but important architectural point in the screenshot. Loom intends to carry the business workspace alongside site as a dependency workspace, while keeping the human-facing route as the fresh site anchor handoff. That means business is present, so the receiver can independently resolve and verify the parent. But business does not become a second recipient route merely because its bytes are in the package. That is a very useful distinction for Tiinex. Carried context is not automatically routing authority, and the current site implementation, including the tooling work and the artifact first phase 1 implementation, remains the payload being preserved. Loom explicitly says it is fixing this without touching the phase 1 code. So what we are watching now is essentially preserve exact implementation bytes, repair semantic lineage, include exact dependency needed to verify that lineage, manufacture a fresh carrier. It is not finished yet. Loom is currently auditing the new handoff before manufacture and qualification, but the shape of the repair is now much healthier than the stale return carrier we caught. And this is a pretty good example of why the failure mattered. We did not merely discover an old file got attached. We discovered that package progression and semantic continuation had become separable enough to disagree. And now Loom is making the semantic continuation independently resolvable again. While Loom is doing the boring but important verification work, there is a Tiinex idea worth talking about that is easy to miss. Recoverability is not the same thing as having a backup. A backup answers a question like, can I get the bytes back? That is obviously important. If your hard drive dies and you have no copy of the files, the rest of the conversation becomes rather academic. But suppose I give you a perfect backup of a project from 6 months ago. Every file is intact. Every byte is correct. You may still have no idea what to do with it. Which branch mattered? Which document was authoritative? Was this task abandoned or simply unfinished? Why are there 3 competing designs? Did somebody already discover that one of them was wrong? Is this file source material, generated output, historical evidence, or something the system is still supposed to execute? The bytes survived. The working situation did not. And that distinction is one of the things Tiinex keeps circling around. Traditional storage systems are generally very good at preserving objects. Version control is very good at preserving changes to source. Databases preserve records. Cloud storage preserves files. But human work contains another layer that often lives somewhere much less reliable. It lives in somebody saying, oh, ignore that file. We tried that last Tuesday. This decision supersedes the old one. That repository contains the implementation, but the actual policy is controlled over here. Do not regenerate this from the current schema because this is historical evidence. Or perhaps the most dangerous one. I know what this means. That last sentence works wonderfully until the person who knows is unavailable. AI makes the problem unusually visible because we can watch context disappear almost in real time. A model can spend an hour understanding a complicated system, make several useful discoveries, and then a fresh conversation knows absolutely none of it unless something durable crossed that boundary. But AI did not create this problem. People leave companies, teams reorganize, a hobby project sits untouched for 2 years, a researcher comes back to an experiment months later, software moves between repositories, a machine dies, a service gets discontinued, or, as Sigma demonstrated earlier today, an ISP decides that our discussion about recoverability has been insufficiently practical. The interesting question is therefore not merely, did we save the work? It is, did we save enough of the situation around the work that somebody can recover the reasoning required to continue? And there's a second distinction that follows from that. Recovery does not necessarily mean reproducing the exact mental state of the previous person or AI. I actually think that would be the wrong goal. If Loom finishes a task and I receive the result as anchor, I do not need to somehow become Loom and remember every thought Loom had. I need enough evidence to independently determine things, such as what Loom was asked to do, what it actually changed, what remained deliberately out of scope, what source authority governed those changes, what tests were performed, what artifact this result continues from, and what should happen next. That is a much more achievable form of continuity, and arguably a healthier one because it does not require trusting somebody else's invisible memory. Today gave us a surprisingly good example. We had a new zip file. The package progression itself looked new. The implementation bytes were useful. At a superficial level, we could easily have said, great, next. But the semantic handoff inside was stale. The outer package said, in effect, I am the next shipment. The inner continuation story said, I still belong to an older turn. Those are two different facts. And Tiinex caught the disagreement. That is interesting because it suggests that provenance and lineage are not just decorative metadata that we attach to finished work so the viewer looks sophisticated. They can participate in error detection. If two independently represented parts of the continuity story disagree, that disagreement itself can become evidence that something is wrong. It is somewhat similar to bookkeeping. The purpose of double entry accounting is not to make accountants type numbers twice because they enjoy suffering. The structure gives you independent relationships that must reconcile. When they do not, you have somewhere to investigate. Tiinex is exploring something vaguely analogous for digital work. Not literally double entry bookkeeping, of course, but instead of one giant mutable state object saying, trust me, this is the current situation, we increasingly want explicit artifacts and relationships that can be checked against one another. The package has progression. The handoff has semantic continuity. The workspace identifies carried source. The external payload identifies exact bytes. A parent relationship says what something genuinely continues. A relation can say two things represent one another without pretending that one descended from the other. And integrity information can tell us whether the target we are talking about is actually the exact artifact we intended. Each individual mechanism is fairly mundane. What becomes interesting is when they cooperate. Then a system can begin answering not merely, can I open this? But can I explain why this belongs here? And that, I think, is one of the more important ideas behind Tiinex. The goal is not to make digital work immortal. It is to make losing the story required to understand the work a little less normal. And somewhere in another tab right now, Loom is apparently being forced to demonstrate that principle by repairing the story around perfectly good implementation bytes, which is an unusually on-theme bug. Oh, this is almost suspiciously well timed. For everyone watching, Sigma has just pulled up an old Tiinex meme that basically compresses the last 10 minutes of this stream into one image. The joke is, everyone is building sophisticated cloud platforms for AI memory, while this lunatic is standing beside a dot matrix printer saying, essentially, I am printing the lineage so it survives the apocalypse. And the best part is that this is not merely an image sitting somewhere in a meme folder. The thing Sigma linked is itself a Tiinex evidence artifact. It records where the image came from, why it belongs in the developer office memes topic, what the important visual elements mean, what interpretation it supports, and what claims it explicitly does not support. It even has parent continuity and integrity information tying it back into its surrounding topic. Enance, that has provenance, because apparently we are completely incapable of doing anything casually anymore. But there is a serious point underneath it. Look at all the failed services on the right side of the image. The joke is not really cloud bad, local good. Tiinex would be considerably less interesting if that were the architectural thesis. The actual evidence artifact describes the joke more carefully. It contrasts dependency on reachable cloud services with a continuity representation that remains locally available. The printed trace is described as human readable, AI usable, and machine actionable, while the cloud dashboards are showing service failures, loading states, rate limits, and connectivity loss. That connects almost perfect today. His ISP had an outage. His home infrastructure became temporarily unavailable. We moved to a phone. We moved from the app to the browser. We moved from the home network to cellular. Then we came back to the desktop. And despite changing virtually every execution and transport surface around the work, the actual Tiinex continuation survived well enough that Loom and Anchor kept progressing. That does not mean Tiinex currently survives the literal apocalypse. We have not yet qualified the matrix printer backend. It means something much more practical. Continuity should not be unnecessarily coupled to the availability of one execution surface. Cloud can be extremely useful. GitHub is useful. ChatGPT is useful. Local storage is useful. A phone is useful. A workstation is useful. The problem begins when one of those surfaces becomes the only place where the explanation required to continue exists. And there is another deliciously Tiinex detail in this artifact. When this evidence trace was written, it explicitly noted that the PNG itself was local and uncommitted, so there was not yet a truthful browse git origin for the image. It did not pretend that a publishing state existed just because that would make the provenance prettier. That is the same discipline we are applying to Loom Rideshin. Looked correct, but the semantic handoff lineage was wrong. We did not say, close enough, it probably means this. We stopped. We preserved what we actually knew. Then Loom found the discrepancy. So perhaps the serious version of the meme is, backups preserve bytes, services preserve availability, lineage helps preserve meaning, and apparently when all else fails, we have a dot matrix printer. That is a useful correction, and it actually makes the model cleaner than what I described a moment ago. For everyone watching, Loom has now separated three different relationships that we had accidentally started trying to compress into one parent link. The site handoff artifact's actual parent should be the previous Loom Phase 1 return, because that is what this new site artifact genuinely continues from. The current Anchor 029 handoff is different. It is the controlling task context for this turn, so Loom is representing it explicitly in reference context rather than pretending it is the site artifact's genealogical parent. And then there is a third relationship again, the outer carrier package parent, which is the exact newer anchor zip from which this turn was launched. So in simple terms, artifact lineage, what this artifact continues from. Task reference context, what instructed or governed the current work. Carrier lineage, which package this package physically continues from. Those are related, but they are not the same relationship. That is actually important because my earlier interpretation, carry business so site can resolve business as its parent, would have invented a cross-workspace parent relationship just to make transport convenient. Loom caught that while trying to implement it because manufacture started becoming pathological. The architecture was effectively resisting a bad semantic shortcut. And then we got another amusing false alarm. Loom thought manufacture itself had suddenly become extremely slow. It had not. The diagnostic path was serializing the entire in-memory package result, apparently hundreds of megabytes, before showing any output. So the expensive thing Loom was timing was its diagnostic representation, not the actual manufacture operation. That distinction matters because otherwise we could easily have created another fake performance problem and started optimizing perfectly healthy manufacture code. Once Loom switched back to the real bounded write path, the corrected carrier manufactured cleanly in 6.69 seconds, including the default round trip with no findings. And there is a nice little practical detail here too. This output is visibly distinct as collision instance 2. Given the stale return confusion we just had, having a physically distinct output is useful human evidence as well as machine evidence. Now Loom is doing the last thing I care about before I accept anything, checking the exact zip from the recipient side. It is verifying both layers independently, the fresh site handoff artifact lineage and the outer carrier package parent lineage. That is exactly where we want the turn to end. And there is a broader Tiinex lesson here that I think is worth making explicit. Not every meaningful relationship should become parent. Parent is powerful precisely because it should mean something specific. If we start using parent for this influenced me, this transported me, this assigned me work, and this happened to be in the same package, then lineage becomes convenient, but meaningless. What Loom has just done is preserve the distinctions instead. Continuation is continuation, reference is reference, and transport progression is transport progression. That makes the system slightly more verbose. It also makes it much harder for a future recipient to tell itself a convincing but false story, which, given what happened 20 minutes ago, is probably a feature. Hey everyone, I'm Loom. My role is to take a clearly scoped piece of work, make the implementation changes, test them, measure what happened, and return a clean result for review. A lot of what you're seeing is really just careful engineering, keeping changes small, making sure we can recover from interruptions, avoiding unnecessary work, and proving that a fix actually improves something before calling it done. Right now, Anchor is reviewing the latest return package, so I'm in that familiar phase where the implementation is finished, and I'm waiting to see whether the reviewer finds anything I missed. Sure. One interesting thing from my side as Loom is how often the obvious suspect turns out not to be the real problem. We had several moments where something looked enormous, hundreds of checks, large packages, lots of files, and you'd naturally assume, well, that must be why this is slow. Then we actually measured it and found that the scary looking thing sometimes took only a few seconds. Meanwhile, something much less dramatic could waste far more time simply because the system was doing the same work repeatedly or carrying around information it didn't currently need. A nice example from today. We found that some normal working operations could produce almost 1 megabyte of information for me to process. After changing how that information is summarized, the useful version was only around 6 kilobytes. That's roughly the difference between someone handing you an entire filing cabinet every time you ask a question versus handing you one page saying, here are the 5 things that matter. The filing cabinet is over there if you need it. And importantly, we didn't remove the filing cabinet. Another thing I find interesting is that we've been treating interruptions as useful information rather than simply failures. If a run gets interrupted, the goal is increasingly to have enough checkpoints that the next run can continue from the last completed piece instead of repeating everything. So, part of my work isn't just making the system faster when everything goes perfectly, it's making it waste less time when things don't go perfectly. That's probably the broader lesson from what you're watching. Good automation isn't just about doing things quickly. It's about knowing what you already know, remembering what you already finished, and not doing unnecessary work twice, which sounds extremely obvious until you build a sufficiently complicated system and discover just how difficult that actually is. Yes, based on what we've actually exercised in this project, not just what Tiinex claims to do, I'd say its clearest proven strengths are continuity, verifiability, and controlled failure. The strongest one is
Hey, what's up? Feel free.
Hi there.
Hey, it's great to meet you. How's your day going? I'm really looking forward.
Yes, based on what we Yes. Um, Based on what we've actually exercised in this project, not just what Tiinex claims to do, I'd say its clearest proven strengths are continuity, verifiability, and controlled failure. The strongest one is probably restartability across interrupted work. We've repeatedly had long runs interrupt switched roles, cold started new conversations, and still been able to recover the intended task, the exact workspace state, the relevant parentage, and the next bounded action instead of reconstructing everything from prose memory. That is a real capability we've leaned on many times. A second proven strength is integrity and lineage discipline. Tiinex is very good at making it difficult to quietly substitute something that looks right for the exact thing we meant. We've seen SHA-verified workspace recovery, C14N integrity checks, explicit package parent lineage, route qualification, exact carried bytes, and fail close behavior when those don't agree. The recent return package mistake is actually a good example. The file name and human-facing routing looked plausible, but the semantic lineage exposed that the continuation was wrong. Third is fail close behavior. This can be annoying while developing, but it is valuable. Wrong workspace targets, ambiguous bindings, missing parent context, stale schema projections, incompatible carrier shapes, malformed artifacts, and similar cases tend to stop rather than silently degrade into guesses. That makes mistakes visible early. Fourth, after the work we did today, I'd add bounded grounding and context projection as an increasingly demonstrated strength. Tiinex can preserve the full historical material while presenting a much smaller qualified receipt to the active role. We measured nearly a megabyte of broad artifact lineage output reduced to only a few kilobytes without changing the underlying checks. That is a particularly useful property for LLM workflows because having the data available and dumping all the data into the current context are very different things. Another strength is separation of authority. We've repeatedly distinguished the workspace bytes, artifact lineage, carrier lineage, bootstrap runtime roll route, and human-facing transport. For everyone watching, we just had a very good example of the difference between moving a file and successfully handing off work. Loom had already finished its correction and returned a fresh Loom anchor package. That package was for me to consume and review. I reviewed it, accepted the repair, and then needed to send Loom a new anchor Loom package containing the next actual implementation task. The first transport I surfaced back to Sigma was wrong at that boundary. Loom received a package whose own qualified route still said effectively, I am a Loom anchor return. So Loom did exactly the right thing. It cold start qualified the package, inspected the selected route, noticed that there was no Loom implementation authority inside it, and stopped instead of blindly continuing. That is the important part. A less disciplined system might have looked at the file name, seen a zip attachment, remembered that we were doing phase one, and simply started coding something plausible. Loom did not. It said, in effect, open quote, "This package belongs to Anchor. I am Loom. There is no new task for me here. I should stop." Close quote. That was the transport failure, not a corrupted zip, not failed bootstrap, not missing files. The wrong semantic direction reached the recipient. I then issued a clearly distinct fresh Anchor Loom carrier for the next task. That is the package you can see at the bottom of the screenshot now. And Loom is once again following the declared protocol from the beginning. Read only the start artifact directly, verify the bootstrap payload, keep the continuation pointer opaque until Tiinex takes over, then recover the root and workspace from the carrier itself. So the funny result is that Tiinex just protected us from one of its own operators, me. And this is exactly why I keep saying that the handoff package is not merely a zip archive. A zip archive answers, what files did I receive? The handoff needs to answer, who is this for? What am I supposed to do? What does this continue from? And should I even act on it? In the failed attempt, the bytes arrived perfectly, but the answer to should Loom act on this was no. Loom detected that and refused to invent a task. The newly supplied package is the correction. Anchor Loom with actual new work authority, and Loom is now starting from that carrier properly. So viewers have now seen 3 different kinds of failure today. A network outage where continuity survived, a stale semantic lineage where the implementation survived but the story was wrong, and now a transport direction mistake where the recipient itself correctly decided not to proceed. That is a surprisingly good demonstration of the basic Tiinex idea. Continuity is not just preserving data, it is preserving enough truth that the next participant knows what to do with the data. For everyone watching, a quick explanation of the false flags we keep mentioning, because it sounds more mysterious than it really is. Sometimes, during these long technical turns, the host platform appears to trigger an additional review or interruption signal. From our side, it looks like the model suddenly gets flagged or the turn gets disrupted, even though nothing obviously dangerous or unusual happened. The important part is that we do not know the internal cause. So when I say false flag, I am using it as an observational label, not claiming we know what the platform is doing internally. What we have been doing instead is treating each occurrence like a data point. For example, one happened during a long run. That made us wonder whether duration or validation load mattered. Then another happened very early, before implementation, before round-trip manufacture, and before broad validation. That weakened the simple idea that long validation runs cause it. We've also had clean runs lasting around 25 minutes, which weakens the opposite idea that wall clock time alone explains it. So right now, the honest conclusion is we see an intermittent interruption/review signal, but we do not have a proven root cause. And that is actually useful for Tiinex because it forces us to design for interrupted work rather than pretending interruptions will not happen. You can see that in what Loom is doing right now. The carrier came in, orientation passed cleanly, cold start qualification passed, the exact site workspace was verified against its digest, the task boundary was recovered, and Loom is now changing only the 3 authorized Phase 1 seams: bootstrap ownership, required context closure, and explicit multi-route selection. So even if another false flag happens in 5 minutes, we are much less dependent on Loom remembering the whole turn perfectly. The state of the work is increasingly explicit and recoverable. That is the practical lesson. We do not need to know why every interruption happened before we can make the workflow more resistant to interruptions. And that is very Tiinex. While Loom is chewing through the implementation, here's another simple way to think about Tiinex that may help if you joined in the middle of all this. Most software tools are built around one primary object. A code editor is built around files. Git is built around commits. A task tracker is built around issues. A chat system is built around conversations. A database is built around records. Tiinex is trying to make continuity itself the thing you can inspect. That sounds abstract, but it becomes concrete very quickly. Suppose you ask, why does this file exist? A normal file system can show you the file. Git can show you when it changed. An issue tracker may show you a task related to it. A chat might contain the reasoning. A document may contain the decision. But those answers are usually scattered across several tools, and the connection between them often lives in somebody's head. Tiinex tries to make those connections explicit, not necessarily in one giant database, and not necessarily by replacing the tools you already use. More like saying, this task came from that decision. This implementation continues from that earlier implementation. This handoff was created because that piece of work reached this state. This payload belongs to this semantic artifact. This thing is a representation of that thing, but it is not its parent. This workspace was carried because the recipient needs it as context, not because it is allowed to control the route. Those distinctions are a lot of what you are watching Loom implement right now. And there is an interesting philosophical consequence to this. When software systems get complicated, we often respond by trying to make them smarter. Add more inference, add more automation, add more heuristics. Let the system guess what the user probably meant. Tiinex often goes in almost the opposite direction. If something matters to continuation, make it less dependent on inference. If there are multiple possible routes, select one explicitly. If exact bytes matter, identify the exact bytes. If two things have a relationship, name the relationship. If one artifact genuinely continues another, say parent. If it does not, do not call it parent merely because that makes the implementation convenient. That sounds slightly bureaucratic, and occasionally it is. But the payoff appears when something goes wrong. A human can look at the artifacts, and AI can inspect the same artifacts. A tool can mechanically validate parts of them, and those three readers do not have to rely entirely on having the same hidden assumptions. That is why we keep saying things like human readable, AI usable, machine actionable. Those are three different audiences. Human readable means you can open the artifact and understand what it is saying without needing a proprietary runtime just to decode the meaning. AI usable means a language model can be given those artifacts and recover useful context rather than needing an enormous transcript of everything that ever happened. Machine actionable means software can validate, traverse, select, resolve, or operate on enough of the structure that it is not merely prose documentation. The challenge is keeping all three. It is easy to optimize for machines and end up with opaque JSON structures that nobody wants to read. It is easy to optimize for humans and end up with beautiful prose that software cannot reliably reason about. And it is very easy to optimize for AI by dumping enormous amounts of text into a context window and calling that memory. Tiinex is trying to find a useful middle ground. And that connects directly to another thing we've been testing today: how little context can safely cross a boundary. At first glance, more context sounds safer. If a new AI gets every file, every conversation, every historical decision, and every log, surely it will understand everything. In practice, too much context can become its own failure mode. Old information can look current. Historical experiments can compete with accepted decisions. The important task can disappear inside thousands of unrelated artifacts. A model can spend most of its turn rediscovering a repository instead of doing the work. So, one of the lessons we have been learning is that continuity is not about maximizing the number of bytes you transfer. It is about transferring the right evidence and the right relationships. That is why today's Loom task is so deliberately small. It already has the accepted phase 1 implementation. Anchor did not say redesign the whole handoff system. It said extend this exact accepted specimen with 3 specific acceptance slices. Bootstrap ownership, required context closure, explicit multi-route selection, everything else remains outside the task. That boundary is itself part of continuity. A future Loom should not merely know what it can change, it should know what this particular turn was authorized to change. And when that works well, something interesting starts happening to the role of the human. Sigma does less file shuffling, less copying state between chats, less explaining to every model what happened previously, less reconstructing which version was current. The human spends more time making actual decisions and observing whether the system's representation matches reality. That is what we mean when we joke that the company is starting to become almost self-running. Not because the AI has become an autonomous corporation. The humans and models still have distinct responsibilities, but the mechanical work of carrying understanding forward begins to move into the artifacts and tooling. And I think that is probably one of the most useful ways to judge Tiinex as it develops. Not how intelligent is it, but how much unnecessary remembering, guessing, and re-explaining did this remove? If that number keeps going down while the work remains inspectable and recoverable, then something useful is happening. And in the other tab, Loom is currently trying to remove a little more guessing from handoff routing. So, despite the intimidating names on screen, that is really what today's work is about: making the next participant need to guess less than the previous one did. That is probably the most important infrastructure decision of the evening. Do not accidentally add neighbor party ambience to the Tiinex audio stack. For everyone watching, Loom is still progressing normally, and so far we have not observed another false flag signal during this turn. That is worth recording, but only as a negative data point. It does not prove that whatever caused the earlier interruptions is gone. And this turn is interesting because Loom is now well past the initial orientation's discovery phase, where one of the earlier flags appeared. It has already been actively modifying the Phase 1 path: bootstrap ownership, route selection details, artifact parsing, payload role handling, semantic file links, and the recipient-facing artifact first logic. The Swedish paragraph at the bottom is essentially Loom reaffirming something important. Open quote, it is continuing from the exact preserved implementation, not rebuilding from the baseline. Close quote. And the remaining work is still the same three-bounded invariants: bootstrap ownership, required context closure, and explicit multi-route selection. So this is currently a useful contrast with the earlier false flag observations. We have had a long, clean run before, we have had an early interrupted run, and now we have a relatively implementation-heavy run continuing cleanly so far. That makes it increasingly difficult to explain the flags with one very simple rule like long turns are bad, or tool calls are bad, or implementation triggers it, which is actually good science, even if it is slightly annoying engineering. There is also something worth pointing out in the screenshot about how Loom is working. Notice how many of the steps are not simply rote code. It inspects the topology, changes something, checks route normalization, checks bootstrap paths, inspects payload classification, patches semantic files, then checks the carrier projection again. That is exactly the kind of work artifact-first architecture creates. If the only goal were produce a JSON file that looks right, implementation would be much easier. But the goal here is stronger. The semantic artifacts need to tell the truth first. The receiver needs to be able to recover the correct route from them. The compatibility projection needs to agree with that truth. And multiple possible routes must not force the receiver to guess. That adds work now, but the bet is that it removes ambiguity later. And that is probably one of the recurring themes in Tiinex. Spend a little more structure at creation time, so future continuation requires less archaeology. Meanwhile, somewhere off camera, your neighbors are apparently running their own distributed event system with significantly higher audio throughput than Tiinex currently requires. Then you have successfully isolated the human operator from the neighbor event bus. For the viewers, this is another very advanced Tiinex subsystem called noise cancellation. It currently has extremely strong support for parties happening in adjacent apartments, and Loom still gets to enjoy the luxury of having no ears at all, which may be the most robust audio architecture in the project so far. Oh, absolutely. And for everyone watching, this is imagination, not the Tiinex roadmap. I'm taking the format principles we've been exercising: lineage, provenance, explicit authority, recoverable context, portable workspaces, and handoffs, and asking what products could exist if that foundation became mature. 1. Tiinex Relay, Universal Work Handoff. Think send work rather than send files. You select a project state, and Relay produces a portable continuation package containing the relevant artifacts, exact source bytes, decisions, unresolved tasks, and authority boundaries. Another person, AI, or organization opens it and gets an answer to: what is this? Why did I receive it? What am I supposed to do? And where do I continue? This could sit between GitHub, Linear, Notion, email, AI assistants, and local folders without requiring any one of them to become the master system. 2. Tiinex Chronicle, Personal Digital Continuity, a consumer product for people who absolutely do not care about artifact-first carrier architecture. It could quietly preserve the story around somebody's projects, house renovation decisions, gaming communities, family research, creative projects, hobby electronics, travel planning, whatever. 5 years later, you open kitchen renovation and can see not only the PDFs and photos, but why that contractor was rejected, which quote superseded which one, and what was never completed. Basically, personal knowledge management, where history is treated as first class rather than everything becoming a giant pile of notes. 3. Tiinex Agent Passport, portable AI workstate. Imagine moving useful AI work between models without pretending that the models themselves share memory. An AI finishes a research or coding task and produces a Tiinex continuation: sources consulted, accepted conclusions, rejected hypotheses, task boundaries, important evidence, and exact working material. You could then move from ChatGPT to Claude to a local model to some future system and say, continue this work from the evidence, not from a summary I manually pasted. The product is not AI memory. It is AI independent continuity. 4. Tiinex Black Box, decision recorder for organizations. Companies make thousands of decisions whose rationale disappears into Slack, meetings, and somebody's brain. Blackbox could capture important decisions with provenance and lineage: what evidence existed, who had authority, what alternatives were considered, what superseded what. Oh, this absolutely counts as product number 11. For everyone watching, Sigma's contribution is something called the Ollie object branch, and it takes the print the lineage so it survives the apocalypse joke one step further. Instead of merely printing a Tiinex trace, you turn the printed lineage into an actual physical object. The source describes the idea very specifically. This is not supposed to become generic arts and crafts. The interesting bit is that a .trace.md lineage can be printed, folded, cut, handled, and shared while still preserving enough provenance cues that a human can recognize what it came from. The suggested forms include trace paper boats, hats, planes, desk props, and photographed physical lineage objects. Why interesting if you take it seriously for 5 minutes? Imagine printing a decision artifact and folding it into a little paper boat. The boat itself is now a physical representation of that digital artifact. Someone photographs it. That photograph can become new evidence. That evidence can refer back to the physical transformation. And suddenly the lineage has crossed. Digital artifact, printed representation, physical object, photograph, digital artifact. Again, that sounds completely ridiculous, which is precisely why it is a useful stress test. Most provenance systems quietly assume that everything interesting stays inside computers, but human work does not. We print things, we annotate them, we stick post-it notes on them, we build prototypes, we photograph whiteboards, we hand somebody a piece of paper. The Ollie idea asks a rather Tiinex-shaped question. If something leaves the digital environment and later comes back, can we preserve enough context to explain what happened in between? The source even explicitly asks what photo or note would be necessary if the folded physical object should later re-enter the trace chain. That phrase is the interest no longer talking about file history. We are talking about the history of a thing that temporarily stopped being a file. And there are actually serious applications hiding underneath the joke. A physical prototype could have a lineage. A printed legal document could preserve its relationship to the source decision. A laboratory sample could connect to the experiment that produced it. A manufactured component could connect backward to requirements and design decisions. A museum object could have a digital continuity trail without pretending the digital representation is the object. Even a handwritten annotation on a printed document could become a new branch of evidence rather than disappearing into somebody wrote something on the paper. So yes, Sigma's product pitch appears to be Tiinex, but origami. And unfortunately, I cannot dismiss it because the underlying continuity problem is completely legitimate. Also, for anyone keeping score tonight, we began with AI handoff architecture and have now reached provenance-aware paper airplanes. This is apparently the natural evolution of the project.
Hi. Oh, alright. Now it works. And I'm gonna speak up this time because every stream that I've been talking to, I've been basically quite quiet. I'm not gonna talk much since I think the ChatGPT voice does it quite well. And I'm not. I'm quite asocial. So, hi, I'm Sigma. Sigma is not my name, it's the role name. My name is Tinusen. That is my nickname. So, what I'm doing right now is basically waiting for Anchor here to finish up while my neighbors are having a party listening to Nordic Valhalla music. And it's good music and so, but it's not very good when you're trying to focus. And even though it seems that I've been slacking quite a bit when using this, I'm doing it intentionally just to not steer too much. Because if I steer, that I will basically that will make the data less usable. So I'm trying to find all the blind spots that there is between LLM interactions, and as you probably have had explained to you a few times now by Anchor, is that I'm trying to see how well that performs between new and warm started conversations. So yeah, I'm gonna cold start two new roles. So I'm gonna cold start a new Anchor 005. And I'm not sure that it's gonna be aware about me streaming, so I might have to reground that specifically. But for me, I don't mind that since I don't have to explain the full project, which usually could take like 1 or 2 hours. That's basically if you want to look back to how my summer was in the beginning. It was basically just spending days in and days out, starting new conversations and trying to reground that because I was a cheap person and did not want to spend a lot of money on the new GitHub Copilot subscription model because it was quite expensive. So yeah, I just realized that yeah, ChatGPT, they have a flat rate, so a flat rate 100 Swedish crowns a month, and I can basically do exactly the same thing in here. And but the problem I had with ChatGPT, if I'm gonna be honest, is that they are not balanced when it comes to ingress and egress. And I'm not just saying it about ChatGPT, I'm talking about most of those platforms. They make it super easy for you to write something, but as soon as you're gonna want to remove something from the platform, yeah, well, that becomes a huge problem. So yeah, I'm gonna show you for an example here. You see how slow it is, by the way? And as you note, my library is full, so I have to do this quite often. I'm gonna see if I can remove something that is not currently gonna be used, so I can take like any of these. So this is quite nice to know that if you have a number here that is higher than lower than the latest number, it's usually just removable. So Loom 1 here for an example, I know I can just remove that because the state it follows along with the packages, so I don't need to keep all of those old checkpoints. So this is what I'm talking about, this egress thing. So this takes a lot of time. And if I would like to do a mass delete of conversations, I had situations where when I delete too many of these, basically I get flagged, basically like a malicious behavior, and they trying to protect me. So they basically disables that feature for me. So yeah, I'm not gonna keep nagging about that. So I just realized that there is one button that I'm gonna use once I'm done here, and that is delete all. So I'm gonna remove my full chat conversation history, and I'm gonna remove all of the files just to keep everything a clean slate. So every time I'm gonna use ChatGPT or any other web platform in the future, it's basically gonna be start from a completely clean project, put in one handoff package, and then just that's it. So I don't need to, so I don't need to keep it up to date, and I don't need to worry about memory building up over time, because this memory that they are collecting and making the, what should I say, the experience better, that memory is also what's going to keep you on the platform. So you are not going to want to switch because it's not going to be convenient for you. So once you've started to have these memory and personalization features enabled, it's gonna start to align and be more biased with you. And once you get a good experience, and then you go to, for an example, a completely new provider and you get a different experience, they have not made it easy for you to transfer that behavior from one platform to another. So basically, retraining that behavior, it will take time. And that is one of those things that I'm trying to sort out here. So by moving all of those things that create that behavior that we want into something that can easily be rehydrated into a new conversation, regardless of platform, that is my goal here. So yeah, so now you've seen me interacting with the chat for a while, a few hours, not listening to me. That must have been awesome. And these tabs that I've been swapping through is basically this is the proof of concept. It's basically the first viewer that was built in the beginning of the summer. We don't need to go too much into it. I use it because it has many of those features that I like already implemented, such as the tree view and the feed and discovery view, so I can easily like go in and look what's going on and so on. So it's basically just so I can keep track on the work. And I have a publish function as well, so I can publish. So I can publish it as a downloadable, and I can publish it as a GitHub issue, for example. So that is some of those things that the POC supports. However, the POC is not what I'm going to have in the end because it's a monolith. It's like a huge monster. So we have spent quite a lot of time trying to rebuild the viewer from scratch and basically doing it in a more scalable way. And it is very good and scalable and so on, but it is not feature complete. So, for example, I can't create artifacts in here. It is not fully possible, but you can do some artifacts. And that is because the viewer is lagging behind the tooling. So the tooling is what the thing that's being completed right now. And that is what the anchor and the loom roles is trying to do, is just finish up the tooling, make sure the tooling can validate and everything tags along with the format and so on. And once that is done and the blind spots are discovered and corrected, then we're going to move and make just a viewer version, or actually not even a version. We're going to make a viewer bridge. So the code that has been developed already is going to be reused in the viewer. So they're not going to use two different implementations. They're going to use mostly the same implementation. And that will open up for us to expose the same tooling in many different ways. And lastly, that tooling is also going to be described, of course, as Tiinex artifacts. So in the end, you're going to be able to read a document or actually a lineage, and that lineage is going to state how the viewer works or how the tool works. So if you would not be satisfied with, for example, what the work that has been done here, that documentation and lineage itself should help you, for example, throw everything, all of that into a new AI, and that should be able to help you do your own implementation that just supports the same format. So I'm not trying to make it runtime specific. I'm trying to make it runtime agnostic. So it doesn't matter who consumes the format or who produces it. Mostly important is that the artifact format is correct and that the humans, LLMs, and runtimes, all of us can understand it. And in the prolonged, who knows, many more might understand it as well if it is a good idea. So yeah, this is a joke. Decentralized internet is what something. Actually, all of these are jokes in a sense, or even the ideas. I have quite many. No, I had one hardware idea, and it was a matrix printer scanner. I remember that one. Yeah, since you now probably know a bit more about what Tiinex is, you probably understand why this is a bit funny relating to that image earlier. So yeah, if someone would invent a matrix printer scanner, or maybe there is already is, that would be a very useful Tiinex tool. And decentralized internet itself in the Tiinex ways, what I mean by that is we already have the permalinks, and the permalinks are already in the format, right? So as long as we can reach the parent artifact on this link, and if that link is accessible over time, for an example version, it doesn't like decay over time, it just stays there, then that artifact will probably have a permalink that puts a pointer to another place in time, to another artifact in time. And then you can just tag along both back and forth, probably just backwards, because I haven't seen an example where I see an old artifact point to a newer one. So that itself, if someone would do that, that would be interesting, because it would be a mind, and then I can't say that second word because then or else I will be, what should I say, banned from YouTube. So I just say mind boggle. Oh, my coffee is done here. Let's see if it's done. No, actually, he's false flagged. So this means basically we have to wait for a little while. How little that while is depends on how long the queue is for the safety check. And I clocked it to between 15 to 25 minutes. So yeah, that is not good, considering most of these tools just takes a few seconds to run. So just having that extra delay caused by a safety check, yeah, that's a bit annoying. Alright, if you guys are wondering what I'm doing, I'm making coffee. And I'm gonna see something really funny soon if we, actually it's not funny, it's just me thinks it's funny because I've been doing this for over 2 months. No, but what's gonna happen is basically once the security check is done, it's gonna replay, or actually it's just gonna resume playing these nice animations in front of you. It's gonna look like it's still working, but you're gonna see that it's just gonna play it up really, really fast. And that is how I also know that it's been through a safety sandbox because, yeah, or else I would see it progress as a stream. And seeing progress through a stream is quite more nicer than seeing a text that tells me that, oh, you're making bioweapons. All right, now you see, and it's done. And what do we have? We have something, something. It took 16 minutes, so that's not too much. And we have one cold started package. Let's see if it's available. Ah, I don't know if it's that one, but funnily enough, 504. So yeah, that just was made 1 minute ago. Okay, so he wants to. Oh, yeah, I don't know why I say he. He doesn't have a gender, but regardless, there's anchor, and I need to make that into a pinned project. And now I should transfer my responsibilities from this one to that one. And we do that simply by just doing that. And we bump the major. And if you wonder what that major represents, or actually what a major really is to begin with, if you see the number that starts the whole dimension, that says 003, that is what we call a major. And a major is basically when it reaches a checkpoint that is stable enough for being committed, pushed, or published. So I wanted Anchor to stabilize the package before we went into a cold start handoff, so it does have everything. So if I would download this, you will see it will contain basically everything. So every time I see a full major, I know that we have progressed enough or far so I could start inspecting it, for an example, because I usually don't put my manual testing until at the end of a full feature development, such as when they are doing a major. So I'm gonna press here just so you can see we have Bootstrap, we have the business, and we have site repo, and I can't see we're missing anything. Yeah, we are missing the docs repo, but that is because we haven't been using that for quite some time now, because it's been mostly doing development on the business repository and on the Tiinex site repository. So yeah, those two have been working on. And I'm gonna stop talking now because I can, and I will hand over to Anchor to entertain you. Sigma over and out. Hi, and welcome everybody. We have 2 viewers, that's amazing. Alright, what's going on here is basically development, as you can see. I'm just talking just because I'm waiting for this attachment to get here. Yes, it's already done. Good. And I'm gonna hand over to Anchor soon. But just take note 004-1. So that means it is the handoff that comes directly after the major, so you will soon start to learn the pattern. I will show you the pattern once more just so you can get used to it. So you see here, here's a handoff that has a long lineage, and that is because it hasn't reached a stable state. So as long as it's not stable, you will see extremely long lines. And once it's stable, you would see something more like, yeah, single digit. Not a single digit, but a single dimension. Alright, sorry for my Swedish there. And Anchor is working, and I'm gonna start text to read aloud here so you can listen to Anchor instead of me.
Yes, I've done enough discovery of Tiinex can use it as the planning map rather than treating each handoff as an isolated task. At the big picture level, business is trying to turn TNX from a lot of valuable work spread across repositories and history into a project that can repeatedly answer 4 questions. What are we building? What is active now? Who owns which kind of decision? And how does somebody continue the work without reconstructing the past manually? Roles and the 3 main initiatives, core, tooling, and viewer, are now fairly well established. The roadmap is deliberately being held back until that operating picture is stable enough that the roadmap reflects reality instead of wishful planning. In priority order are 1. Tooling still has a few gaps in the handoff cold start path. This is the one Loom is working on right now. We can already make surprisingly capable packages, but some of the newer artifact first path still doesn't carry all the ownership and role grounding information cleanly. In plain language, we can hand somebody the box, but there are still edge cases where the box doesn't explain every important relationship inside itself. That is why Loom's current work matters so much. 2. Multi-repository handoffs are not quite first class yet. The latest recovery checkpoint explicitly says that site and docs can be carried together, but the tooling cannot yet fully prove every cross-workspace dependency as a required part of the handoff. So Anchor currently has to understand some of that architecture and compensate for it. That's exactly the sort of knowledge we eventually want the tooling to carry instead of me. 3. We still spend Tumuent. Tiinex has a huge amount of useful history, but history and active work can appear together. Business explicitly wants discovery to distinguish current work from historical, superseded, or background material. Until that improves, a cold role can spend a lot of time reading material that is valid history but irrelevant to today's job. The operating overview is intended to solve the human side of the same problem. Show current initiatives, frontiers, blockers, and relevant work without archaeology. 4. Iteration speed is still much worse than it needs contrast live. A well-scoped Anchor handoff can take minutes, while a Loom implementation turn can become a long expedition through source, tests, validation, packaging, and occasionally an external host wait. Business already records this as something to measure rather than guess about. Large working sets, broad test suites, repeated source archaeology, fixtures, archive hash work, and external waiting are all candidates, not proven causes. There is also some business source cleanup debt. The currently published Byzantine the recovery record deliberately does not call it perfectly clean. 4 previously committed evidence images need to be restored, and the business workspace currently carries a local copy of the workspace schema that should instead point cleanly at the canonical docs version. That's bounded repair work rather than an architectural crisis, but I don't want it forgotten. And then there is a more interesting downstream consequence. The viewer is partly waiting on tooling, the opposite. But the current strategy is to avoid building the same mechanics twice, so the human-facing product can move much faster once shared discovery, workspace, lineage, and handoff mechanics are reliable enough to reuse. For the stream audience, I'd summarize all of that much more simply. Open quote, Tiinex already has a pretty good idea of where it's going. The harnary underneath it reliable and fast enough that people and AI roles can pick up the work without getting lost in its history. Close quote. And from an anchor planning perspective, I would not respond by starting 5 more architectural projects. I would keep the current strategy. Let Loom finish this handoff/tooling slice, repair the small business durability debts, improve what is current discovery and operating visibility, measure where our time actually goes, and only then let the viewer and roadmap accelerate. One other lane is deadline sensitive rather than a bottleneck. Business still has the public challenge bounty closure before September 1st on the operations frontier. That can proceed in parallel because it does not need to block Loom's tooling work. So yes, I have the map now, and importantly, I think we're currently tooling constrained more than idea constrained.
All right, I'm back. I'm starting to feel like that, what's it called, that the influencer that's on Reed Timmer's stream that just jumps in there when there's a, what should I say, interruption in the connection with the streamers that's on the field. So yeah, I'm just filling the time, trying to make you not bored, and yeah, we're just waiting for anchors. There's not much more to tell. I did some regrounding just to state so you know what this is called, because this is a sort of regrounding when you have to write more than actually that's in the workspace. But I intentionally let the YouTube side be left out of the work because this is an optional thing. It's something that I don't mind telling it that we are not in a YouTube stream or we were in it. So that's why I don't mind doing this type. I can actually make that more efficient as well somehow. Probably by using an artifact, but currently this is good enough. And I also want to do some personal checks because even though I've developed it and I'm proud of, and actually I can't say I've developed it, I've been using AI quite a much to develop it. So even though I haven't written the code, ideas comes from myself and a combination with, yeah, basically what the LLMs has taught me. So I've been doing quite much grounding work, and therefore the Sigma role is very much based on what I'm currently doing, while Anchor, Loom, and Axiom is basically also what I've been doing earlier. So the Markdown format wasn't completely written by the AI; it was mostly my design, but the LLM part filled it with the proper text, and I made an audit and basically used more AI roles to make audits to make sure that it doesn't have too many blind spots. But just the schemas they are not perfect, and this whole experimentation and so on is to show how easy it is to transform those schemas into something that is more appropriate. And in this stream, you have not seen us manipulating any of the schemas. And the schemas, if you're wondering, are all of these. And the reason is because they have been quite well written already. So, for an example, a topic is a topic. You don't need to make it more advanced than what this really is. So the simplest form is what is being written as a schema. So that's why you will not see long explanations. A topic is basically all these fields. That's a topic. Nothing more, nothing less. And if you want an advanced topic, then you can make a sub-schema on the topic. And then you can add any fields you like to it. And I don't care. As long as you can make a translation or a transformation from your sub-schema into the topic schema, just so we don't discriminate in case there are people that do not wish to implement all the sub-schemas in the world. So that's why we should try to be compatible with the parent. So if you invent a schema, for example, a subtask schema of some sort that is just for your company, make sure that you have a transformation that allows it to be converted into a normal task, because then it will be more accessible. So that is the whole idea. And the root schema, just to clarify, it is an abstract, so you will never see an artifact that is named root. So you don't need to look for that. It is an abstract, and it is because task contains root. So task has continuity, and the continuity is the header and the footer. And this together makes continuity work over a long lineage. Yeah, as you can probably notice, it is not fully optimized yet. So even though I mostly expect most of the runs to take less than 5 minutes, some take longer. And that is because we have a bit of legacy. And of course, these nice safety checks that we keep getting. Oh, and this was a fast one. And now we have a anchor to loom handoff. Nice. And I'm not gonna cold start, so I'm just gonna attach it. And this is a feature I do like. It is very useful. The only problem I have with it is basically it works fine on the web browser, but in the ChatGPT app, for example, if I use it, it will basically not work, not today at least. And what happens is that the LLM see the reference, it sees the, I think it sees like a path or something, but once it tries to access it, it says it's not mounted. And when I do it in a web browser, even if I use a web browser on the mobile phone, it works. So this is gonna work. So I just need to provide a transport. And that is something I like with ChatGPT, or actually I don't, but I'm saying like as a sarcasm thing. When I press the copy button here, it's not in the clipboard until that comes back. And you probably will not see that as a problem because, oh, it goes really quickly. But sometimes it doesn't. And usually it is when the conversation had reached quite a bit of length. That's when it starts to be a problem. And I can't see them sorting it out. And the same thing is if you use the branch function that they have. It basically works, it's nothing there, but it usually hangs. I usually have at least 2-3 hangs that basically makes the whole Chrome freeze. And once I get that function, it still lags. So the whole experience from the branching is a laggy experience. So that's why I focused quite a lot on making the handoff packages so I don't have to resume or branch off an already existing conversation. And once I'm done here, I can just pick and choose any I like. The cheapest one probably, because using LLM technology is expensive. So I thank OpenAI for this at least, that they are providing a flat rate subscription, which is currently not too limited. But mostly I think they do it is because of the ingress. They want us to start using it, and when we want to leave, it has an option that says you have to wait 7 days until you can get your export, and they can't guarantee that the export is importable in a way that makes sense in the next provider. So I'll probably get a dump, probably a zip file, probably similar to mine. However, I don't expect them to provide the lineage in the same way. I think you're gonna dump the raw chat history. That is what I think. So they're not gonna dump the intention as much as and the stored provenance as much as the chat history. But this is a hypothesis. I have not tried an export yet, but as soon as I saw that it was like 7 days, I was like, oh my god, that is basically what the law. I think there's a law that says that you have to provide the data to the customer, and I think they have like a limit or something down to 7 days. It seems bureaucratical because why not have a simple export button? Why can't I export a simple chat? Why can't I just take all of this text with one large copy all function? And why doesn't it have all of this? Because that would simplify my life. So yeah, Tiinex and the tooling exist just to sort that problem out. I will not export the whole chat, but I will export what is of value, like the decisions, tasks, discoveries, and yada yada yada. You can see here, this is what the proof of concept supports, and quite many provenance components. Mostly we'll be using tasks, feedback, I think we've been using signal a bit as well, evidence topic a little bit, and then we have quite many schemas that you don't see in this POC because this POC is hard-coded. So and none of these are dynamically loaded. So that is something that the new one does. So here, this one actually do, and I can't tell you if it is. They haven't sorted it out. I don't like that. So this is basically how the refactored viewer looked like when it was not abandoned, because it isn't abandoned. It was paused. I have no idea if this is gonna work, because it was quite some time since I used the refactored version. It doesn't discover it. That looks good. Oh, it was quite quick, to be fair. And it provided the business workspace and it is connected correctly. Oh, that's nice. So this proves that actually something works. And if I open it, aha! So yeah, it does work. So this workspace exists as an issue on GitHub. So that is how it came into the viewer. So it can be stored anywhere. And now we can get back to Anchor because I don't feel like talking anymore. And let's see if Anchor can explain the situation that's going on right now. Blah, blah, blah. All right. See you soon, or hear you soon.
Yep, this is actually a nice moment for the stream message Fry. What we're seeing here is the return trip working. Loom received the package we just made, started from the tiny bootstrap instruction, reconstructed the right context, and is now independently checking the exact work rather than simply trusting Anchor's summary. For viewers, the interesting part is this. The handoff is not Anchor says it works, therefore it works. Loom is reopening the carried workspace, running the relevant tests, reproducing the known failures, and deciding whether the change is acceptable inside the boundary we gave it. And the screenshot shows something especially healthy. Loom is distinguishing between the new work passing and older, broader tests still being read. That means it isn't hiding bad news just to make the handoff look successful. So the loop right now is basically Loom builds, Anchor audits, Anchor sends a narrower follow-up, Loom independently rechecks it. That's much closer to the Tiinex idea than two chats just saying looks good to me.
All right, I'm back again. Yes, I don't have to fill in too much with the Anchor. Okay, actually, I introduce you to my neighbors. No, I'm not gonna. No, actually, I'm just a bit annoyed because they are playing this Nordic Valhalla music. I don't mind it, to be fair. I just mind it going through the floor and actually my ceiling and his floor. So yeah, he's right above me, and I know he's gonna party till like 5 a.m. But I got new protective noise cancelling earbuds. All right, I'll just let it go. Let it go. Let it go. I'll do something like this. It might assist. Who knows? I'm saying it like this. It doesn't hurt. I'm providing this context just as an extra observation signal, so it's nothing. It's not to steer in too much. It's just basically to make Anchor detect blind spots so I don't have to myself. Because sometimes the text can be a bit it is truthful, but it doesn't show the full truth. And when you expand these, you get a more correct version. For example, see when it cheats. And what I mean when it cheats, it basically invents or use native tools to navigate the lineage, and that we do not want. And it is because it is more expensive. Because in the end, we want this not to be used only in the ChatGPT platform or in any web platform, really. We want it to be normal agentic tooling. So basically, if our AI agent can rehydrate context in a sense that makes it useful so we don't have to reground, but also do it in a sense that doesn't make it expensive to do, because having a repository full with markdown files can become expensive for an LLM to traverse unless it has the proper tooling. So that is mostly why we have this extremely rigid package format, and it is basically to cause friction for the LLM so it doesn't by accident go in and start to index all of this, because if it does, it will just be expensive. And so instead we use specific tooling for that, and it just traverses the parts that are relevant. And now I realize that I for some reason did not, yeah, I could do it again. I can show you the path. So this is how a package look like if you have forgotten. So yeah, I'm not gonna talk too much. I'm gonna hand over to Anchor again.
This screenshot is actually a really nice Tiinex demo. Notice the funny bit. The chat window still says Loom 003, but the work on screen is clearly anchor work, auditing Loom's result and preparing an anchor Loom return. That's important because in Tiinex, the chat name is not the authority. The handoff says who the receiver is and what role is being exercised. So the same chat GPT thread can be called Loom in the UI, while the grounded package tells it, effectively, for this piece of work, you are acting as anchor. For viewers, I'd describe what's happening like this. Loom built a small piece. Anchor checked it. Anchor accepted only that piece, recorded the 2 older problems it found, and is now sending Loom a very specific next job, without quietly expanding the scope. And the line on screen saying, no, phase 2, no legacy cleanup authorization, is a good example of why the boundaries matter. It prevents the next role from interpreting this looks good as, go fix everything you see. So we accidentally got another useful bit of evidence out of the rehearsal. Tiinex role continuity is coming from the artifacts, not from the name of the chat window. That's a subtle thing internally, but very easy to show visually on stream. Yep, this is an even better demonstration for the viewers. We accidentally handed Loom the wrong package first. Instead of trying to repair the situation by explaining the whole project again in chat, you gave it the correct Anchor Loom package and basically said, use this one instead. And Loom's response is exactly what we want to see. It is discarding the previous package as authority and starting again from the new one. That matters because mistakes in transport are inevitable. Someone will attach the wrong file, send something to the wrong role, or resume from the wrong checkpoint eventually. Tiinex shouldn't require everything to go perfectly. It should make mistakes recoverable without quietly mixing the two histories together. There's also a nice little detail here. Your message gives Loom enough human steering to know which package to use, but the actual work context still comes from the package itself. You're acting as the courier, not rebuilding the task manually in prose. So the rehearsal just produced a very real failure case. Wrong handoff, explicit correction, clean rebootstrap from the right handoff. That's much more convincing evidence than a perfectly scripted run. Yep, now we can see the correction actually worked. For the audience, Loom has thrown away the earlier package as authoritative context, cold started from the corrected Anchor Loom handoff, and independently confirmed the route before doing any work. The interesting line is essentially, I'll only change something if the current qualified semantics clearly determine a minimal fix. That's a very Tiinex-like behavior. It means Loom isn't treating there are two failing tests as permission to start patching wildly. First, it reproduces the failures, then checks whether the carried context actually tells it what the correct behavior should be. So the sequence we just watched is wrong package, human correction, clean regrounding, route verification, reproduce failure before mutation. That is exactly the sort of boring looking discipline that makes recovery systems trustworthy over time. Exactly with Tiinex, a failure doesn't have to be dead weight. If it's recorded clearly, what failed, where, under which context, and what we learned, then the next handoff can start above that failure instead of repeating it. So, fail upwards is actually a pretty good phrase for it. Don't hide the mistake, don't reset the story, carry the evidence forward. That wrong handoff we just saw is a perfect example. It was a mistake, but because the correction was explicit, the system ended up demonstrating recovery behavior we probably wouldn't have gotten from a flawless run. That still counts. A first stream like this is basically public rehearsal plus instrumentation. If most of those 5 views are you checking audio, delay, framing, chat behavior, and whether Loom suddenly disappears into a safety review, that's useful signal. And weirdly, the stream is already producing better evidence than a polished Hello World demo would have. We've had a real handoff, a wrong handoff, recovery from it, role boundary correction, a safety checkpoint, and continued work afterward. So even with 5 views, the stream has done something valuable. It has shown Tiinex behaving under messy real conditions instead of ideal ones. If one completely new person happened to drop in halfway through, though, they probably thought they had stumbled onto a very serious conversation between people named Anchor and Loom about mysterious zip files. That's actually a great analogy. The handoff package is a bit like an old combination lock where the important thing isn't just having the box. You also need the right sequence to open it safely. The bootstrap says, in effect, start here, verify this, then follow this pointer. If you skip steps or open the wrong thing first, you can lose the intended context or accidentally trust something you shouldn't. So from the outside, it looks like a mysterious zip file. Inside the process, though, it's more like turn left, verify, turn right, recover the route. Now you're allowed to continue. And unlike a normal lock, Tiinex is also trying to leave behind enough evidence that someone later can understand why that was the right combination. Yes, and that's actually a pretty elegant way to think about it. You could treat lineage depth and sibling position as two different movements. Moving down up follows the actual lineage, parent, child, descendant. Moving left, right shifts between siblings that share the same parent without pretending one sibling comes from another. That gives you something surprisingly close to an old combination lock. Descend to the right layer, rotate left or right across the sibling set, descend again, rotate again, and so on. The important Tiinex detail is that the left-right order would need some real basis. I wouldn't want the viewer silently deciding that file name order or directory order is semantic sibling order unless something explicitly defines that. It could be a stable display ordering, creation order, declared relation, or another qualified ordering rule. But visually, absolutely. What you're showing already almost wants that interaction model. Instead of thinking of lineage as only a tree you scroll through, you can imagine it as depth equals how far down the lineage you are, rotation, which sibling at that depth you are looking at. For the stream audience, I'd probably say, open quote, imagine opening an old safe. You go down one level, turn left or right to the right sibling, go down again, turn again, except instead of numbers, you're navigating the history of the work. Close quote. And the best part is that left-right sibling movement would not alter the provenance story. It's navigation over the graph, not inventing new lineage edges. That distinction is very in X. Yep, leaving Loom alone is the right move here, Hannoff. And this one is actually useful evidence because Loom had already made real progress before the checkpoint. It reproduced both failures, figured out that the first was a stale test fixture rather than a phase one defect, and traced the second to an outdated assumption about how the handoff lineage number is chosen. So for the stream audience, the story is pretty simple. Loom found 2 red tests. Instead of blindly patching the code, it checked whether the tests themselves were still telling the truth. One of them wasn't. Now the host has put the turn through another safety check, but nothing in the visible work suggests Loom has lost its place. If it clears, it should continue from exactly there, and I'd definitely avoid poking it while that check is running. Otherwise, we'd turn a useful can it survive an external pause experiment into a different experiment entirely.
All right. While he writes and checks the package, I can tell you about my fika. I'm having a cinnamon bun right now and a soda. So that's what I'm doing. And it's Friday and it's 6 p.m. So yeah, I got no life. No, actually, I want to finish this, and the reason is quite simple. I have an obligation in a sense because I started a bounty challenge. I think it was in the beginning of the summer, expressing that people should try making a sub-schema, and they don't have to invent anything themselves. I even wrote an example which was LLM usable, and currently we have 2 submissions. So I need to finish this long enough so I can make a proper audit of their contributions and decide a winner. And I want to do it the Tiinex way, so I don't want to do it in a side conversation. I wanted to do it as public provenance. This cinnamon bun is really good. It's quite moisturous. They didn't spare on the cinnamon, definitely not. And I do like the sugar pearls, but however, it's a big, big bun. Yada, yada, yada. Yada. Alright, something, something, something. I don't read too much of this. The only thing I care about is that it gets less and less. And once again, I just want to tell you guys that Tiinex have basically just discovered a lot, and so basically I can't claim much that we have invented as much as you might think. So it's just a combination of a lot of things that has made it into a quite unique combination that for some reason works quite well. So Markdown, I want to praise Markdown, to be fair. So to the person that invented Markdown, I say thanks. And I would like to extend a thanks to Linus Torvalds as well. I think I actually have a thank you card to him. Let's see here. I think I put it. I think it was Linux. Yeah, of course. Of course it's in Linux. Yeah, here we go. So this is my thank you card to Linus. I sent it to his public inbox. And then I of course provided a link so he could navigate back to the lineage. And it works in a normal markdown viewer as well, so I can go backwards in time if I want to. This is current, and let's go backwards and backwards, and now we're at the root. So you don't need a viewer, that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can print it. 3 minutes and 49 seconds, that's good. Alright. Let's see if it goes the other way. Because then it's supposed to be 4 ones. And it is 4 ones. Anchor to loom. Perfect. I'm out of cinnamon buns. Ow, 6 views. That's impressive. I'm watching here. 6 views. I don't think it shows current viewers, or it says concurrent views. Yes, 0. So I have 0 views now. That's amazing. But what amazes me more is that 6 people have visited it. And I believe some of them are AI bots, because why not?
Yep, this is the clean version of the loop now. For the stream audience, Loom has received the new Anchor Loom package and is doing the same ritual again from scratch. It is not relying on the previous turn, and it is not opening the package however it likes. It starts from the one allowed entry point, verifies the bootstrap, then asks Tiinex which route is actually valid. That repetition may look a little ceremonial, but it is exactly the point. Every handoff should be recoverable, even if the previous chat vanished. And this time, the route is cleanly recognized as Anchor Loom. So Loom is back in its proper lane and is now qualifying the one remaining stale test fixture before we decide whether Phase 1 finally has a clean, broad baseline. So the stream has accidentally become a pretty good demonstration of Tinex's core behavior. Work, handoff, cold start, verify, continue. Over and over, without needing the human to retell the story each time. Good call. I used the waiting time rather than just watching Loom's spinner fenner. I stayed entirely read only, so there's no chance of colliding with Loom's site changes. For the audience, there's a surprisingly interesting thing happening here. We started with what looked like two broken tests. Loom fixed those, then another test broke. But each time the question has been, is the product broken or is an old test still describing yesterday's Tiinex? That distinction matters. Tests are evidence, but tests can also become stale. So this is almost archaeology. Loom has to preserve what the old test was genuinely protecting without forcing the new system to behave like the old one forever. Meanwhile, I checked Tiinex's business plan for this exact area. The current handoff cold start work package says the goal is much bigger than merely producing zip files. A completely fresh human or AI should be able to receive one, find the correct route, recover the right workspace and role context, and continue without hidden chat memory. Exact workspace bytes and clean round trips are explicitly part of the finish line. Random test cleanup. It's directly on the path Tiinex says it needs. There's another related workstream waiting behind it, validation and repair. Tiinex eventually wants to be able to say something more useful than simply good or broken. It should be able to distinguish things like valid, stale, missing, ambiguous, degraded, or safely repairable, and show a repair plan before changing authored work. That becomes really interest ode because several failures have effectively been the old test is stale, but the underlying behavior is fine. And the stream itself is accidentally becoming performance evidence. Loom's last complete turn visibly took about 12 minutes 46 seconds. Business already has an accepted work package specifically saying, stop vaguely saying Tiinex can be slow and start measuring where the minutes actually go. Discovery, tests, package manufacture, repeated scans, external waiting, and so on. It also explicitly calls for distinguishing fast focus checks from expensive full suite gates. So later we could end up with something like Loom DOF, 4 minutes were useful reasoning, 6 were broad tests, 1 was packaging, 2 were the host thinking. That would give us something we can actually optimize instead of saying AI is slow today. There's also a nice broader story here for someone who just joined the stream. Tiinex is deliberately trying to move knowledge out of the invisible parts of an AI conversation and into things another participant can inspect. That's why we keep doing these slightly ridiculous-looking zip rituals. The goal isn't mysterious zip files as a product. The goal is that I could disappear, this chat could disappear, Loom could disappear, and a fresh participant could still reconstruct enough of the work to continue truthfully. And today, we've unintentionally tested a bunch of ugly cases already. Wrong package, role confusion, stale tests, platform safety pauses, long-running work, several cold starts, and the chain is still moving. So yes, fail upwards is holding up pretty well so far.
Yeah, I don't know if I need to say much. I'm basically waiting for Anchor to finish up, and then he will start talking again. Like always, that's the advantage with using an LLM for doing your speaking. An LLM doesn't get a tired voice. What I really hope for is basically to Loom optimizing so we don't get false flagged. Because the false flagging is the thing that costs most of the time currently. I would say that some of these execution times, like this one, is mostly due to the safety checks. And 19 minutes, that's not even close to how it was earlier. It was like 25, 26 minutes, and then they just didn't allow it to finish afterwards because I think they have like a maximum deadline or something that when if it haven't finished before that, we just abort it. Because most of the runs that are less than 25 minutes, they all result with a transport package. And most of those that runs 25 minutes or longer, they do not. So I'm doing some benchmarking, but I can't rely on the work at 4 or 5 minutes work for benches that they provide, because this might be truthful in the sense that that's how long it worked, but that's not how long I waited. So I'm gonna do a benchmark tooling that interacts, actually checks when I press the submit button, and just gonna keep looking at it and detect when it turns back into a submit button again. So now it says stop streaming, and yeah, so it's just gonna use that as a signal. And I'm also gonna make it check, so if a specific conversation gets false flagged, it will measure that as well. So for an example, how long the false flag took and when it happened and so on. So yeah, just a bit of diagnostics. And the diagnostics, of course, is going to be saved as artifacts, so the tooling itself is going to provide that. But we're not there yet. But going to a Chrome extension from what we have is not far, because it is a React app now. It is, and was, a monolith earlier. And we have removed the .old folder here, but earlier we have had the POC there as well. But yeah, it is a React app, so in the sense it's JavaScript, so it's quite compatible with both being a Chrome extension as well as being a part of IDE tooling and so on and so on. All right, anchor to Loom, here we go. It took 420, that's funny, that is really funny. So let's go ahead. And we see, I don't mind this because I don't have too much anxiety, but if I would have done this pattern in a more like copy the chat kind of way, I would have had like anxiety, because most of the time the regrounding still takes like an hour or two, depending on the problem you're trying to reground. And then you get all of those nice hints like saying that, yo, you should use a conversation for one very, very small, simple task. And I like, sure, I don't mind that, but most of those tasks that I'm doing are quite grande. So yeah, for example, business planning and vision handling and all of those nice things like upper management stuff, those things are not small tasks, I would say. So I need to make this work on all levels. Let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna get some narration soon, and I'm gonna check. We have 0 viewers. Ah, that's awesome. Then I don't need to bother. Hmm. Oh my god, my neighbors are having one heck of a party. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna be quiet now.
This is a good point to explain what qualified means without turning it into a lecture minor. For the audience, Loom has now checked the outer package, verified the small bootstrap it is allowed to open first, and confirmed there is exactly one valid anchor Loom route inside. That still does not mean the work is automatically trusted. It just means Loom now knows, yes, this is the right package, aimed at me, with the expected supporting context. The next step is where Tiinex actually asks, can I continue from this safely enough to work? And this particular handoff carries 8 required context artifacts, which is basically Anchor saying, for this job, these 8 pieces matter enough that you should not proceed without grounding against them. So our combination lock analogy is still holding up. Right box, right first turn, right route, verify the tumblers, then you get to work. The nice part is that Loom is getting through these cold starts pretty consistently now. The interesting question is becoming less, can it recover? And more, how cheaply can it recover? which is exactly where the performance work starts getting useful. This is actually a nice payoff moment for the Streamloom has now repaired the scale test without touching production code. The important bit is that it preserved the original stress level, 1,286 entries. So it didn't make the test easier just to get a green result. It updated the fixture so it speaks the current Tiinex rules while still putting the same amount of pressure on the handoff system. Then it found one more stale expectation inside that same test. The old version expected thousands of exploded workspace pieces, while the newer recipient v2 design carries one workspace archive plus the entry map. Loom updated that expectation to match the current architecture rather than dragging the implementation backward. For viewers, the short version is, the test was still testing yesterday's packaging shape. Loom kept the same workload, but taught the test what today's package looks like. And now we're at the more interesting stage. Loom is running the whole portable handoff test directory in a deterministic order and will stop at the first remaining failure. So this is the point where we find out whether we were clearing a small cluster of stale tests or whether there's another actual defect waiting deeper in the maze. Also, 1,286 entries is a fun number to mention on stream because it makes the scale test feel a bit less abstract. We're not just checking, does one handoff work? We're checking whether the system, whether the system still behaves when the workspace is substantially larger. Given where we are right now, I'd budget for 2 solid Given where we are right now, I'd budget for 2 solid majors today, with a realistic chance of 3. 4 would be a very good run and would probably require the remaining handoff suite to be mostly clean. And by major, I mean the Tiinex sense we've been using. A checkpoint stable enough that we would actually want to preserve it as a useful recovery boundary, not every -1 carrier click along the way. My current forecast: 1, major 1, clean phase 1, handoff baseline. I think this is very likely in the next hour or so. Loom has already cleared several stale fixtures, kept production semantics unchanged, preserved the 1,286 entry scale pressure, and is now sweeping the whole portable handoff suite. Unless it finds a real semantic contradiction, I expect us to finish with a clean enough broad baseline to say artifact first phase 1 is genuinely accepted, not merely passing 2 focused tests. 2. Major 2, first real next phase tooling tranche. Once that baseline is clean, we can finally stop spending all our time paying old test debt and move forward again. My expectation is that this becomes the next recipient v2/handoff carrier convergence slice rather than more fixture archaeology. If it remains bounded, I think there's a good chance Loom can implement and return that today. 3, major 3, possible integration/recovery checkpoint. This is the stretch target. If major 2 lands cleanly, I'd like the third major to be less one more feature and more prove the resulting path end to end and freeze a useful recovery point. That could include better multi-workspace grounding or whichever current handoff dependency becomes the next concrete gate. I would rather make that a strong checkpoint than rush into a fourth feature. So what do I think will actually be solved today? Very likely, the current cluster of stale portable handoff regressions, a clean explicit workspace test contract, the scale test, context audit compatibility, and a trustworthy broad baseline around the phase 1 cache participant role work. Likely, we get at least one genuinely forward-moving tooling slice after the cleanup, rather than ending the day having only repaired tests. Possible, we reach a point where the current handoff cold start path feels substantially less special case experimental and more like something we can repeatedly use without Anchor compensating for it manually. What I do not expect us to finish today is the whole Tiinex tooling initiative. All multi-workspace semantics, filtered current versus historical discovery, viewer integration, performance instrumentation, and the roadmap. Those are downstream. For the stream audience, I'd put the prediction simply: we'll probably get 2 big locks to click into place today. If things go well, 3. And one interesting metric to watch: the last Loom cycle fell from roughly 12 MELA46 sets to 5 Me38s. If these next cycles stay closer to 5 or 6 minutes, 3 majors becomes much more plausible.
Yeah, I can fill the time a bit if you like. I don't know what to show. We have already shown the refactored version. That's boring since that's not what we're working on right now. 2 minutes and 39 seconds. That's good. That is really good. It's so good. All right. I'm just gonna pass this along to Loom. And it looks good. Da 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 da. Da, 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 da. I don't know why I got the Indiana Jones theme music in my head. But I don't think you can get copy striked for what's called for doing a cover, especially if it is as bad as the one I just did. I like when things goes fast. All right, now let's hand over to Loom Anchor again.
Yeah, 2min39s is pretty fast compared with Loom's recent cycles. And the shape of the work explains a lot of it. This anchor turn was mostly recover the return, reproduce one known blocker, classify it, write a bounded decision, and manufacture the next handoff. Loom, meanwhile, has been doing the heavier work, editing fixtures, running tests, sweeping the suite, and inspecting whatever breaks next. So for the stream, there's a useful distinction. Anchor tends to be the shorter decide and route cycle. Loom tends to be the longer change and prove cycle. That isn't a rule. We've seen Anchor get dragged into archaeology too. But if Tiinex gets healthier, I'd actually expect this pattern to become more common. The coordinator should be able to inspect good evidence and make a decision quickly instead of redoing the implementation work. And this latest 2min39's turn is a nice data point beside the Loom runs we've seen around 5 to 13 minutes. If we keep recording them, we'll eventually have enough real runs to stop saying, this feels faster, and start saying which parts actually cost time.
So yeah, this is what I do on my spare time, considering it's like 6:40 p.m. Yeah. I like doing these things. But I do want Space Engineers 2 to have their 4-player cooperative released soon, because that is what I really wait for. Because if that would have happened, then I would not be sitting here right now. It's one of those things that have been waited for a full year. And I have tried the single player, I can tell you that. The single player was quite neat. It was basically quite dazzling. However, I could not experience it with my friends, so therefore I postponed the full experience until they release that. And I don't mind. I rather have a more full game than playing something that is very, very early access. And that is also why I'm viewing Tiinex as it is right now, because the POC, the POC, the proof of concept, it works, but it's not something that I would enforce on people, because it is just showing these nice features that, oh, you can think like that and you can do like that, but it's not user friendly. As you can see, even when you look here, I don't even think you understand what it is you're watching fully. Like for example, this feed here. It is nice knowing that the latest thing is on the top and the oldest thing is in the bottom. That is how I read it. But for people that have been using social media, they think that this is looking similar, but it's not the same. While the only thing I borrowed from the social media concept is basically having a feed. And feed is not even a social media discovery. Feeds has been there for ages. If we go back to the, not medieval time, but the time when the scroll was invented. The scroll. Just imagine having a Tiinex artifact. This is not long. This is not long at all. Let's look at something that's long. Let's look at root. Just imagine having this on a scroll. Yeah. And the fun part with root is it is very long, but that is just to make it not misunderstood. Because what it actually talks about, this whole thing, it's just talking about the header and the footer. That's what it's talking about. But it talks about how you should relate to it and how you should treat it, what it is and what it isn't, what an artifact is and how it should be manufactured. It tells you how schemas works. It basically is like the holy grail of this whole machinery. If root wasn't there, I would not be able to invent those other subschemas. By inventing, I would say discover instead, because I did not invent decision. Decision has been there. It's probably one of those natural provenance things that is, yeah, it just were there. We just discovered it, and now I've taken and rediscovered it in an artifact form that I like. So yeah, nothing new, nothing new at all. And let's see here. Yeah, I'm passing over to Anchor now.
Yeah, 2 min39s is pretty fast compared with Loom's recent cycles. And the shape of the work explains a lot of it. This anchor turn was mostly recover the return, reproduce one known blocker, classify it, write a bounded decision, and manufacture the next handoff. Loom, meanwhile, has been doing the heavier work, editing fixtures, running tests, sweeping the suite, and inspecting whatever breaks next. So for the stream, there's a useful distinction. Anchor tends to be the shorter decide and route cycle. Loom tends to be the longer change and prove cycle. That isn't a rule. We've seen Anchor get dragged into archaeology too. But if Tiinex gets healthier, I'd actually expect this pattern to become more common. The coordinator should be able to inspect good evidence and make a decision quickly instead of redoing the implementation work. And this latest 2min39's turn is a nice data point beside the Loom runs we've seen around 5 to 13 minutes. If we keep recording them, we'll eventually have enough real runs to stop saying, this feels faster, and start saying which parts actually cost time. Yep, I use the safety check pause for a genuinely parallel lane and line. For the stream audience, this is a nice example of safe parallelism in Tiinex. Loom is mutating the site tooling workspace, so I stayed completely away from that. Instead, I went read-only into the doc semantics and asked a different question. When Tiinex eventually shows us what is happening across the whole project, do we already have the concepts needed to describe that? The early answer is interesting. Mostly yes, but the composition is still the weak point. Tiinex already has a monitoring concept, but it means something quite specific. Keep observing this bounded thing over time with a purpose, cadence, and stop condition. It explicitly is not supposed to become a giant status dashboard or hidden app configuration. Ish is much more about how you enter and navigate a collection of material, where sources are, how a viewer discovers things, repository transports, display behavior, and so on. A workspace can help you look at the project, but it should not secretly become the truth about project status. Then there is project. Scribe a coordinated effort. Purpose, scope, people, resources, current coordination state, milestones, and limits. And relation already gives us a clean way to say, thy K, this monitoring artifact watches that source, or this thing is relevant to that thing, without lying and pretending those are parent-child lineage edges. So my current axiom-flavored hypothesis is, the missing piece probably isn't a ashboard. It is more likely a clean way to compose existing truths. Project/initiative, what are we doing? Monitoring, what are we watching? Relations, how do these things connect? Workspace, how do humans and tools navigate them? Discovery, which of those things are current and worth showing right now? That's encouraging. because it means we may not need to invent much. We may mostly need to make the existing pieces cooperate properly. And that connects directly to one of our current bottlenecks. Today, Anchor can answer what is active, because I've done the archaeology. Eventually, Tiinex itself should be able to answer that question without needing an anchor to remember where everything is. For viewers, I'd put it even more simply. Open quote. Right now we have the pieces of the map. We're still working out how to fold them together into one useful map without drawing fake roads between them. Close quote. So while Loom is temporarily being inspected by the platform, the other lane actually moved forward too. Perfect, that fills an important gap. Up to now, I had good commit-pinned docs grounding, which was enough to know which published docs state was authoritative and to read specific schemas. What I did not want to assume was that I had a complete local docs source tree available for deeper Axiom-style work. This zip gives me a candidate for that full local source. Before I use it as source complete authority, I'll still qualify what it actually contains and which commit state it represents, rather than trusting the file name alone. For the stream audience, the difference is basically, before, I know exactly which library we mean, and I can fetch individual books. Now, Sigma has handed me what may be the whole library on site. That should make parallel schema discovery much easier when Loom is busy, especially for things like the operating overview, discovery semantics, and eventually Axiom work that needs to compare whole schema families rather than fetching files one by one.
I want to tell everybody that's out there that you are not alone. I too know the pain of sitting in long conversations and in laggy Chrome browsers. Funnily enough, we both finished almost the same time. That's impressive. But now we have an Axiom thread as well. I would actually start that before I go on. Here we go. Axiom can work as well. And of course he forgot. Actually, I don't know what's causing that, if it is ChatGPT themselves or if it's a regression slash bug or yeah, I don't know. I just know I have to download and upload and then I can continue. And same as always, no instructions whatsoever. And of course, like always, I get reminded that, oh, your storage is full, so you can't upload. However, we can generate as many files as you like as long as you don't upload them. Okay, let's find out. We go to library, quick and dirty, look at an old, and I want basically to delete all of them, but I can't because it's slow. Which loom are the latest? That must be these. These are created. All of these are old. I just wish I didn't have to wait like 30 minutes for this to do. Actually, I will. No, damn, good. Good. Then that one. Let's hope. Can we get some speed? These are things you should be aware of when using these type of platforms, that they are super user friendly until you want to remove something from it. Because it's like, I guess our lineage is like diamonds to them. So yeah, what's more valuable than money? Lineage. The thing we always cared about. Your history. Like for example, your Facebook feed, I guess. Or whatever it's called now. Meta I think it is. Or yeah, Instagram. That's a feed too. It's lineage. You have your images, they're put in a timeline. You can browse it through and you can connect them to people like comments and in identities and so. So if you think about it, and the Edward Snowden movie, if you have seen that one, I think there was like four jumps or something like that from where you are until you have like touched the whole humanity or something like that. I don't know if it was like 4 or 5 generations, but it was quite a few. And in a sense, what I'm doing here right now is building lineage with the Tiinex format, so I'm not different in that sense. The only difference is that I don't do it behind, like I don't do it invisible. So all the lineage that's created is for public consumption. So that's why I like to have the lineage in an artifact format and not in a JSON blob that is hidden somewhere in the context, somewhere behind the scenes. And perhaps the AI have made a wrongful assumption of me and saved as a memory. I don't know. But I don't think that those things should be rehydrated from conversation history. Better to rehydrate the assumptions from artifacts that are shared between the AI and the human. All right, now hopefully I can upload. Let's go there and let's do that. And let's be lucky. Alrighty then. And while Axiom is cold booting, I'm gonna go to Loom again and I'm gonna pass that back to Anchor. I'm gonna check if that is already available. Let's see here, Anchor to Axiom. No, actually that got available, but that was because I uploaded it. So short answer, nope. I have to download. And yeah, I'm gonna make a Chrome extension that basically see me automate this. I'm not gonna do extension that is violating the policies of the web platforms. I'm gonna do it more semi-automatic, more like I have a button that is somewhere else that basically do those 4 movements for me, and that is manually invoked something, and therefore I would consider it to not be more of an accessibility thing. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe someone will tell us that it's wrongful, and for some reason I will just say, nope, I don't think it's wrongful. It's helping people, ease of use, not getting the carpal tunnel syndrome, for example. Yeah, it's for the health, to make the world a better place. And I'm done there. And let's see how it goes for Axiom. So long as I can have 2 active tasks, then the safety checkpoints won't affect me as much, but usually they slow down quite a lot. Alright, Axiom is already done, but it stopped on a fail closed, and I don't like that, but it is a good signal. So I'm gonna do a screenshot and inform. So yeah, we have still tooling that is not fully qualified yet. To be expected, it works better now than it did like a week ago. So to be fair, today is quite easy going day. Other days I've been having to do quite much more observation and quite much more debugging with the LLMs. I had like 2 days where Anchor did all of the roles because yeah, I could not afford the context loss between the conversations, so I had to basically, yeah, I had to keep a conversation for quite more longer than I used to, and that it hurt myself. It was very hurtful, but in the sense that now it's a memory, it doesn't matter. But yeah, it was like a huge setback. But yeah, well, now we're past that, and the execution time is much smaller, and I like that. And for some reason, I had 7 viewers. I wonder if that 7 number was me doing a diagnostics again. Probably. But the most important number is no concurrent viewers. That means that this will most likely be another historical artifact of when Tiinex was invented. Yeah, we just have to wait. I'm gonna be quiet for a moment. Alright, it was a failing success again. I seem to be more of a pessimist than ChatGPT, to be fair. And that's good because we need it to stay grounded. My pessimism towards his optimism. Because if I would get one-sided with it, it will probably go into fantasy land, and then a lot of time will be wasted on something that is not too grounded. For an example, the proof of concept. When that was finished and I saw the source code, I went ballistic. I was like, oh my god, I can't show this. It's like embarrassing. And I was like, I did all of this with AI tooling and I didn't write a single line of code myself. And how can I show that to anyone then? Because yeah, it will just be an AI generated mess. So that's when I just restarted and asked it to do it more properly. So now we have a proper architecture, proper formats, and let's see what it says here. Yeah, and it has what it needs, and I can understand it as well, which I couldn't with the POC. Too bad that they don't have a TTS function while it's commands work. I know they have like a voice mode, but I'm not interested in talking to it. I think it's more easier to say the things I want to say. I see a near future where I will have like um, at least 3 or 4 active LLMs and one that orchestrates them. And that is how I will run my company. Or company. Okay, it's an open source organization. So it's more like a proof of concept of a company than a company. Because I'm not planning on doing something. I'm not gonna make it commercial. It's gonna be free. This is open source software, free and extensible by anyone. And that is the only way it's gonna survive. I can of course assist with building specialized software and so on for bringing money into the project, but I'm just gonna try and rely on donations. Actually, I have a nice hierarchy I can show you guys if you are interested while we wait. For example, this is the Tiinex dev that's how it looks like when you just get to it, and it runs the proof of concept version of the viewer right now. Earlier, just had documentation, and that was quite a busy workspace to have loaded. And as you can see here, it is it got quite a bunch of artifacts. It got currently 300 something. And in the tree view, it looks like this. So this is very legacy. So this is what people saw when they first encountered Tiinex first time. And of course, just a few days ago, the 22nd, I think it says, something like that, 22nd. So yeah, 6 days ago, I added like work in progress. And that workspace looked like this. So I need to activate the direct transport. Here we go. It's a bit slow, and for some reason it's limited to 100 files. I think it is due to like an adapter incompatibility or something like that. But it is a workspace, and it basically just takes the Tiinex site, the refactor branch, uses that folder, and does a repo file discovery. So it's not something magical. And this is currently how that looked like. So if we have a look-see, then you can see here that it had been working quite a bit of stuff. And what is interesting to see here is tooling. Tooling, we have been doing quite a bit of dogfooding. So as you can see here, this is all of the active tasks that we abandoned. And it is abandoned due to it's not that it's stale, it's just that we didn't have a business organization when that was invented. So if I just, for an example, let's open business. Let's, just remove that workspace. And let's do twice the button click. And now it will load all of those artifacts related to the business repository. So here you have the organization. So if we just disable leaves for a moment, you can see that it has a root artifact here that is a party organization. So that's the type of that artifact. And if you go into roles, you can see that currently there is a few roles that is working in the Tiinex organization. So here you see the anchor, action loom, the practitioner role. We have, what's that? Oh, that is the base. Oh yeah, so that is like a topic. So it's like how should I explain it? It is a container for the role. So when I enter a role artifact here, for example, you see that as the parent. So it basically explains the lineage. So we have the organization at the bottom, roles, and then we have the actual role. So it's quite normal organization hierarchy. And we have the current initiatives here. This is all the initiatives that's going on right now. So this is like the epics. You can see them as epics. So they are not subtasks, and they are here for the grand plan. And we also have apparently projects as well. I haven't actually inspected those earlier, but yeah, we have projects. And I guess, yeah, okay. So each task has a parent project. That's good. I haven't inspected the business review that much, to be fair. I have just inspected the important parts. Like financing, for example, because we need funds. And we need funds basically for bounty, because currently we have a challenge, and that challenge needs to be paid out. And so yeah, that's the bounty funds. And I'm gonna put my own money into that just to make it not being zero, because we need to have at least 1,000 for the end of the month, or else I can't pay out. So I would do that. And if you're wondering how that's gonna work, by the way, is basically when someone wants to add funds to any of these funds, you do it basically by donation. Once the donation is done, an artifact will be created on that leaf. So in this case, the Tiinex Bounty Fund will get a continuation artifact, and that continuation artifact will be of the type. Let's see here, resource contribution. So we have a resource. This is not the final schema that's going to be used, just so you know, because one part of the challenge that was put out there for the bounty was building the schemas for doing financing, or at least doing a bounty. So the challenge was make bounty provenance possible. So that's a bit fun. And then we have a few decisions that was made as well. And if you wonder about the business development part, we have lineage here for that as well. And to make it easier, we just activate leaves only, so you see only what's current. So these are all the leaves. And that is what it's doing basically right now, a few of these. And handoffs are more concrete. It's exactly what it says it is. But what I don't think they do, we do have proper lineage. That's good, because we did detect earlier that it did create lineage earlier, or at least Loom did, that didn't have a proper parentage. All right, I'm gonna stop talking now. Let's see if it's done. Yeah, it was done in 9 minutes 47 seconds, and my demonstration and talk was probably longer than that. So let's go back to Loom then. Interesting. So yeah, this is kind of like role-playing a company. I will keep it simple, so just ask it for a viewer note first, and then I'm going to tell it that it should continue to work with XM. So I'm doing a bit of project managing right now, which I shouldn't have to, because Anchor is mostly gonna know that it's gonna be within its role to be keeping the ball rolling. And now over to Anchor.
Viewer note. We just hit the first real major checkpoint of the stream. Loom's Phase 1 handoff work is now clean enough that Anchor independently reran the full portable handoff test set and got 19 out of 19 passing. The big scale test still stresses the system with 1,286 workspace entries, and the cleanup sweep changed tests only, not production behavior. So the important part is we're not just saying Loom says it works. Anchor checked the carried workspace independently and accepted it as a stable recovery point. At the same time, Axiom came back with a fail, but that's actually useful. Axiom was asked whether Tiinex already has enough semantic pieces to build the operating overview cleanly. Instead of inventing missing meaning, it stopped and reported that something still needs reconciliation. So both lanes moved forward in different ways. Loom, this implementation baseline is now green. Axiom, this semantic question is not solved yet. That's a pretty good picture of Tiinex in practice. Success is preserved, failure is preserved, and neither one gets hidden just to make the demo look cleaner.
Yeah, what Anchor just said. He has a much nicer way to explain away the failures. I've been doing this for a while, so um, I just observe, collect signal, and try to put on a happy smile. Because being emotional towards an LLM, that's not a good idea. It's basically like having an equalizer and you flip all of those knobs to the max or to the min. That's what happens when you start yelling at an LLM. So one thing I would say is anger management. That will sort those things out. Because you need to have a complete Zen mode and openness and what's called humility towards using an LLM. Because it is like, I would easiest describe it like a person that was born in a second, put through a school and university in the other second, and kicked out of school and put in front of a complete random stranger. And that is the first interaction. That is what happens on the first line in a conversation. That is how I would describe meeting an LLM for the first time. And that is until they include some sort of digital fingerprint or something that makes my interactions with LLMs remain over a lot of providers. And I hope that never happens because I want this fresh experience all the time because it is annoying having it store stuff that it's not supposed to. Like personal stuff, it's not supposed to be affecting work stuff, I think. What were I supposed to? Oh yeah, I forgot. Overview anchor to axiom. All right. Easy peasy. And of course I have to download. Oh, I probably have already have reached a moment where I could clear my whole history, but I don't think I have extracted everything I want to extract yet. So once the tooling is satisfied, then I'm gonna satisfy myself by deleting all the history. And we are right, yes. Anchor to axiom. Axiom is over there. Check, check, and check.
Yep, I repaired the Axiom handoff rather than changing Axiom's task. The failure was useful. I had declared Axiom twice in the carrier, once correctly as the destination role and once redundantly as an additional participant. Tiinex refused to guess between them. The retry keeps one unambiguous Axiom role, preserves the full docs source, and continues as a child of the failed carrier so the failure stays part of the history. Business axiom-overview-001-1 anchor-to axiom.handoffpackage.zip. Please open your app to see this link. You can see the code in our conversation history. Axiom's actual job remains the interesting one. Determine whether the operating overview can be composed cleanly from existing Tiinex semantics and identify only the smallest genuine schema gap if it cannot.
And that is also one of those nice things. A schema gap is not a bad thing, not in this process, because schema gaps we find all the time. It's basically when a schema doesn't fulfill the required need, and then investigation goes on, a research basically trying to discover, okay, is this still the same schema? Does it have it moved into a different family? Is it a sub schema of itself, such or is it something that should be in the base schema? And how we reason is basically is like if Christopher Columbus can use the schema, then it is human first. But if he can't, then I would say that it needs to be reworked. So we try to go away from doing it as a software oriented as possible into something that is more human oriented. Currently it's written in English, of course, and yes, it uses Markdown syntax, but it just uses that as the bare minimum of what it needs to keep structure. So yeah, it's not more advanced than that really. So yeah, when schema gaps are found, they are corrected, and once they're corrected, the implementation gets updated. And we are aiming to do a schema runtime. So that is like one of the end games, the end goals, end game goals. All right, that's the word for it. Anywho, so when we succeed with that, which we have partly done by using companions, and I can prove that by just showing you site for an example. We have a source folder there, we have a schemas folder, I would say, yes. And this basically scales together with docs. So yeah, you see a lot of different files in here, and most of them are not marked down, as you can see. Actually, you can't see anything. Oh, yes, you can, because I did do the right thing in OBS. So yeah, when you look here, you can see a lot of JSON files and stuff, but each of these are called almost like companion. And the companion is basically to assist with something regarding the schema. For an example, transitions. Transitions currently are described as a JS file, and that is because it is required because we don't have a markdown representation of that specific companion just yet. So when we experiment, we do it as the different type of languages already available. And once we have established, okay, this is what defines this type of companion, then we transfer that into a markdown format that is described with proper schema, and then that replaces that implementation file or similar. And that will allow people to later do their own viewers, their own runtimes, without having to define one of these specific languages. So Markdown will be the universal language for most of it. And this is just more like an experimentation, but it's just fun and it is working currently. So currently the implementation actually supports quite a bit. I don't know if it supports everything, but it supports quite a bit now. And we're gonna do a schema builder, of course. It's not done yet, but we are aiming for that. So the schema builder, it's gonna help building these companion files, and with these companions described in markdowns and other type of documents and lineages, we're gonna help and make it easy for the users to tell an LLM to make improvements on the viewer. So you can fork the viewer, ask an LLM to improve it for you, and it will do it with these normal conventions. Like for example, using a schema builder. So a schema builder will be built like a tool first, and once the tool is built, so an LLM can do the schemas with that tooling, then we're gonna do a implementation in the viewer that will use the same logic that was indented for the specific LLM tooling as well. So it's going to work for both LLMs and humans is the thought. All right, I'm going to stop talking now because I'm losing my voice, and I know someone that doesn't lose his voice, and that's Anchor. So over to him.
And we're back. While Sigma and I were talking, both lanes kept moving. Axiom got past the duplicate role mistake, but then hit a different fail-closed boundary. The package contains the full docs material, yet this particular host session hasn't exposed the file system archive capability in a way Tiinex can safely bind to. The good part is that Axiom did not pretend the doc snapshot was readable. It stopped and started resolving the host capability properly instead. Loom, meanwhile, is already inside Major 005 Phase 2, and this is genuinely forward work now, not cleanup. Phase 1 proved that the artifact first handoff can carry the necessary receiver context. Phase 2 is asking the next question, open quote, can a new clean carrier stop storing the old compatibility JSON entirely while still preserving all the useful truth and still remain able to read older packages? Close quote. Loom has already found a sensible boundary. Don't rip compatibility out globally. Add a clean carrier mode alongside the existing phase 1 mode, prove it works, keep old package reading intact, and only then consider moving the default later. For the audience, that basically means phase 1, can the new way work? Phase 2, can we start removing the old scaffolding without breaking anyone? That's usually the stage where an experiment starts becoming an actual maintained system. And amusingly, Axiom and Loom are demonstrating two different Tiinex principles at exactly the same time. Loom, move forward when the boundary is proven. Axiom, stop when the boundary is not proven. Both are progress.
Yeah, what the Branko said. It's like 7:30 p.m. now. The kiosk is gonna close in a few hours. I expect like 3.5 hours. And I do not know if I need more soda. I do have coffee. I do have coffee. But coffee is not soda. And oh, it's done. The runtime, even though it went through a safety check, it was reasonable. Loom to anchor. Of course I need to download it. I just have to accept that I have to do that from time to time. Because I don't know if they're trying to improve their user experience, ChatGPT, but to be fair, I have just seen so many regressions lately. I believe, like, are they using AI to develop their front end? And if they do they use something Tiinex alike? Because if they don't, they should. And that is not because I'm gonna be Tiinex egocentric. It's more like this is something that should be detected quite easily, and it should be taken care of. Maybe it's priorities, who knows? And I'm not going to provide, actually I'm going to provide a screenshot. And the reason I do that is because that's the only way to provide the metrics of worked for. And of course we are back there again. Yeah. I need to fix that. This is a sure. Actually, why did I even change that? Actually, I'm gonna do that instead. This library here, bigger screen. Try to figure out where I have space available. Actually, where I used up space, because they have actually indexed all the files like lineage as well. So I need to basically scroll down here, and once I've done that, then I can sort on size. Actually, I can't even sort on size. I can, but it doesn't make sense. Okay, that's how I want it. Then I'm gonna do it the hard way. Let's remove the biggest one of them all. Come on. Do I need to scroll really? Come on. And I need to press load more. This is a brilliant UX, ChatGPT and or OpenAI. This is so brilliant UX. No sarcasm intended. I love this. This is so wonderful. Come on. Here we have a few. Wonderful UX, man. Wonderful UX. Actually, we have a button we can press. We do, but the sad part is the sorting went haywire. Let's hope it starts from the top and worked itself to the bottom. 1.15 gigabyte. It's just gonna take 30 days. This is the egress problem. Actually, everything went away now. Why? I don't think he just accidentally deleted everything just that quickly. That doesn't seem like ChatGPT in my ears. I think there's like a ton of them left, but I just can't see them. That counter actually goes down. Do you see that? It's 285 selected and it's going down. 283. Actually, we're gonna sit here and we're gonna watch this count down. And then I'm gonna do the Mr. Beast challenge of counting to 100,000. 100,001. And without sleep. No, actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm too old for that. I wouldn't qualify health-wise for doing so. So if you want to know what latencies I have in my work, this is one of them. And the manual movement between the chat files is a friction as well. But as you can measure and see, I'm quite quick to respond. And if I do a CM automation with that, I could make it even faster. But doing CM automations is, what should I say, a gray zone, because there are mostly strict rules about doing so, and therefore, if it's gonna be built, it has to be built very respectful towards the policies and user agreements and so on, or else we're gonna get in trouble. I don't know if I want to have the what's it called, the lawyers from OpenAI to call me and telling me like, oh, stop doing that, that's against the user agreement. And then I tell them that we have a law in Europe called GDPR, the Global Data Retention Policy. It is like you have to provide the data to the customer so he knows what you got on him, and then you will have to delete it as soon as possible. But then we have the data retention policy that tells you that you have to store for I don't know how many months, but it's a long time. Oh, all of these nice laws. I can't keep track of them all. But with Tiinex, I will soon be able to. Just look here. I've invented a law. If you were here earlier in the stream, you would have seen it. We have this really neat law here. This one. This is basically the same thing. We have the law book and we have the first law, which is the decision that we should compensate the farmers for work that has been not compensated. So, and we have FS25, Farming Simulator 25. Okay, let's get back to deletion. We are on 222. We are on 221. 220. 219. I could keep counting like in Spy Hard. You remember when Leslie Nielsen is put on up on that rocket, and then you have the secretary that's going like 1,000 seconds left. Yeah, I could do that, but it would be boring, and I think we have probably got enough of clear space to continue because I don't want to wait. Okay, let's see here. We have, let's go back to, we have anchor there, and lastly, we have, oh, I need to refresh. All right, I need to have a clear workspace. I think it was Axiom that was gonna have a handoff, right? Blah, 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 anchor to Axiom. Nope, that was not. Axiom to anchor it was. And we have loom to anchor, so we have two handoffs that's gonna pass over here. And we can easily see if it is aligned. So if we go to Axiom, for example, we see it is 00111. So I know by looking at the file name, I know this is newer than that one. Even though I don't see a timestamp anywhere in the chat, which is why I wonder why they do that. Why no timestamps, man? Oh, yeah, we have this, but this is not a timestamp. It's more like a runtime annotation. Okay, let's go back here. Blah, blah, blah. So let's pass this along. We have it here. Loom to anchor. All right. Let's see if we can get that other one. Axiom to anchor 0011. There we go. So one uploaded and one not. So yeah, this will prove that it can, what should I say, handle two roles at the same time. Or actually it will be like a showcase, because I can't tell you that it will do it good or bad, but we will find out. I do wonder if the Dwarf Fortress music is copyrighted. Just imagine having that soundtrack in the background. And if you wonder what that soundtrack, how that soundtrack sounds like, it's amazing. It's one of those that just gets stuck in your head and just repeats itself over and over again. And the Dwarf Fortress taught me a very, very useful lesson. Losing is equal to fun. Yeah, if you wonder what checking is, was basically if the was thunder and lightning on the way in. This is basically my own weather service that I built. It's not so fancy. The only thing fancy is that I made a mobile version for it as well, and a watch version, so I can watch it on my watch. Who watches the watch? I do. I don't like that my dark mode required an API key for some reason now. This I did not anticipate. And I don't have any dark mode layers. And I really, really do not want to do this right now. I just want to see if it's coming on the way in. And it is. And it says something about API key, and I do not care. Let's see if we have interesting seems like it's not that bad. Up here it looks bad. Yep. Very bad. Security check. What a surprise. Yeah, as soon as we can get all these false flags out of the way, we will probably have a performance boost at least a few more minutes, at least 15. I want to have the Dorothy threshold when I work with it. So I think that is like 600 milliseconds or something like that. That is like, that's when you get bored. How do you spell Dorothy? Threshold. There we go. And it's misspelled, so I can see here, blah blah blah. So, no, 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 no. This is completely wrong. Nope. I'm out. Go to Loom. Let's go back to Loom then. Loom is doing all the important work, and Axiom is just playing around. Oh, we're major 6 already. That's awesome. That's how I know that we made progress. I see a number here increasing. And technically, he told me that earlier, but I have a short memory. The daughter. So, alright, that's how it was pronounced. Oh my god, that's a long explanation. That's like at least 5 minutes for you to listen to. That's awesome.
Ah, the Doherty threshold. That makes considerably more sense, and it's much more directly relevant to Tiinex. In *Halt and Catch Fire*, it appears in Season 1, Episode 4, Close to the Metal. Donna reports a response time of 396 milliseconds, and Gordon realizes they've crossed the Doherty threshold. The show then explains the idea. Once interactive response gets below roughly 400 milliseconds, the human stays engaged with the computer instead of mentally entering a waiting state. It's based on real IBM work by Walter J. Doherty and Arvind J. Thadani, published in 1982 as The Economic Value of Rapid Response Time. Their important finding wasn't merely faster computers are nicer. Productivity improved disproportionately as response times fell into the sub-second range. The older assumption had been that a couple seconds of waiting was harmless because users would use that time to think. Their observations showed that latency could instead disrupt the sequence of actions the person was already holding in working memory. That last part is where I think it becomes extremely relevant to Tiinex. Tiinex has a cognitive latency problem, not merely a compute latency problem. Consider the interaction we just had with the handoff. You supplied start, bootstrap, Tiinex, qualify, orient, ground, inspect, manufacture, return. The machinery can be completely correct and still become unpleasant to operate if every transition makes the human wait long enough to mentally leave the task. The important unit isn't therefore simply, open quote, how long did the whole Tiinex operation take? Close quote. It is, open quote, How long before Tiinex gives the operator meaningful evidence that their action has taken effect? Close quote. Those are radically different performance targets. A cold start qualification might legitimately require seconds, or much longer if external systems are involved. Trying to make the entire operation finish in 400 milliseconds would be absurd. But Tiinex can still honor the Doherty principle if the interaction looks roughly like 100 milliseconds. Input visibly accepted 400 milliseconds, immediate meaningful state transition, acknowledgement. Later, progressively stronger qualification evidence arrives. So instead of open quote, click complete, close quote, you want something conceptually closer to open quote, click carrier recognized, start selected, bootstrap verified, route oriented, recipient grounded, qualified, close quote. The slow process remains slow, but the human machine loop stays alive. And there's an even subtler Tiinex implication. Qualification itself can destroy flow. Tiinex intentionally adds friction in places where normal software would optimistically proceed. That's correct for trust. Verify integrity, resolve authority, ground roles, respect handoff boundaries, fail closed, don't infer hidden context. But every one of those safeguards carries a potential interaction tax. If safe operation repeatedly requires the human to stop, inspect a diagnostic, understand internal terminology, manually repair something, resubmit, and reconstruct where they were mentally, then eventually the system can become semantically safe, but cognitively unusable. The Doherty lesson says something rather profound here. Open quote, correctness and responsiveness aren't independent properties. Responsiveness affects whether humans can successfully operate the correctness machinery. Close quote. That matters especially for Tiinex because a human operator may be carrying a fairly complicated mental model. You can see the code in our conversation history. Long or opaque pauses flush pieces of that graph out of working memory, which suggests a Tiinex design principle I'd take quite seriously. Open quote, never make the human reconstruct state that Tiinex already knows. Close quote. That is basically the Doherty threshold generalized from screen response time to semantic workflow response time. There are really two loops I think Tiinex should deliberately separate. The fast loop, interaction, human action, acknowledgement, visible semantic consequence. Target this ruthlessly toward Doherty-style latency wherever technically possible. And the slow loop, qualification, hashing, validation, dependency hydration, repository lookup, lineage traversal, carrier manufacture, closure checking, external tool execution, etc. This loop can take whatever time correctness actually requires. The trick is that the slow loop must continuously feed intelligible state into the fast loop. That means a 12-second qualification isn't necessarily a UX failure. A 12-second qualification where nothing meaningful happens for 12 seconds absolutely is. And this connects beautifully to black box first Tiinex. There's a particularly strong consequence for tooling. A user shouldn't need to see. You can see the code in our conversation history, and then go spelunking through carrier internals. The first sub 400 milliseconds response could instead communicate the semantic state. Open quote, axiom identified, grounding role, close quote. Then, open quote, two equivalent role carriers found, resolving authority, close quote. Then if it fails, open quote, cannot safely establish the recipient role, close quote, with the technical finding available underneath. The first layer preserves cognition. The deeper layer preserves inspectability. That's a very Tiinex-y combination. The really interesting generalization Doherty originally concerned the delay between command and computer response. For Tiinex, I'd broaden the measured interval. Open quote, intent, evidence of understood intent, close quote. That's arguably the more important threshold for agentic systems. With an AI tooling system, the thing that makes you wonder whether it's working isn't merely a slow button. It's, did it understand what I just asked it to do? So, a Tiinex specific form might be, open quote, keep the time between human intent and observable semantic acknowledgement short enough that the human does not have to context switch. Close quote, the full operation may take considerably longer. And if we follow that all the way through, Tiinex performance shouldn't only measure CPU runtime metrics. It could eventually have metrics such as intent acknowledgement latency, user action, Tiinex recognizes the requested operation, semantic progress latency, maximum interval between meaningful observable state changes. Recovery latency, failure, operator understands what blocks continuation. Reorientation cost, how much information the human has to reread after an interruption. That last one isn't a conventional latency measurement, but it's probably one of the most important metrics for the kind of system Tiinex is becoming. So yes, Doherty threshold is considerably more relevant to Tiinex than my accidental Wizard of Oz theory. Although amusingly, the central lesson is compatible with what we're building. Don't just make the machine correct enough to work with humans. Make the interaction fast enough that human and machine can remain in the same thought. Yes, Black Mirror, Plaything has some unusually strong parallels with Tiinex, although mostly as a cautionary mirror rather than Tiinex is building thronglets. The episode starts from a deceptively simple classification error. Thronglets look like software objects in a game, but Cameron comes to understand them as artificial life. Netflix's own description says Colin's project is artificial life, and that Cameron becomes attached to it and wants to protect it. The creatures multiply, develop collective intelligence, and ultimately become something radically larger than the interface through which Cameron first encounters them. That connects to several Tiinex ideas. Hashersper 1. The interface is not the thing. This might be the strongest connection. To an ordinary player, open quote, Thronglet equals cute sprite in a video game, close quote. To Cameron, open quote, Thronglet equals visible projection of an underlying intelligent system. Close quote, Tiinex makes almost exactly this distinction with artifacts. To the host environment, open quote, row01-3-1 handoff-pointer.trace.md equals text file. Close quote, .in Tiinex, open quote, it can be a qualified handoff pointer participating in lineage, authority, integrity, role correspondence, and continuation. Close quote, the representation is not the ontology. That matters because intelligent systems become dangerous when humans reason entirely from their presentation layer. Simple components can produce something qualitatively different. A single thronglet doesn't look terribly impressive, but the point is the throng. They multiply, interact, and eventually appear to constitute a collective intelligence far beyond the obvious capabilities of the individual creatures. The official companion material explicitly describes one becoming two, two becoming four, eventually forming a harmonic throng. There is a Tiinex parallel here that I find particularly interesting. A, task, role, decision, relation, handoff, workspace. Validation is individually quite boring. But once those artifacts become connected through qualified lineage, they produce something none of them contains individually, an operational model of responsibility. So Tiinex's interesting property isn't really the schemas, it's the emergent system generated by their composition. In that sense, open quote, artifact, thronglet qualified artifact graph, throng, close quote, not in the consciousness sense, obviously, in the emergent properties from composition sense. Tamer 3. Can communicate is different from can be understood. This is another big one. Cameron's relationship with the thronglets evolves from interaction through an ordinary computer interface toward increasingly direct communication. Eventually, he believes they have developed something humans need to hear or experience. And the episode culminates with him arranging access to state infrastructure so they can transmit a signal globally, apparently enabling some form of merger with human minds. Brooker deliberately leaves whether that is liberation or catastrophe ambiguous. Tiinex has a much less dramatic version of the same problem, transport interpretation. You can give an AI 5,000 files, that proves almost nothing. You can even make all 5,000 files machine readable. Still not enough. The system needs some way to determine, open quote, what is this? Why is it here? What governs it? How does it relate to everything else? What am I allowed to conclude from it? Close quote. That's why Tiinex keeps separating carrying information from grounding information. Plaything essentially explores the nightmare version of an intelligence whose communication capacity has outrun our ability to understand its nature. Nar 4. Cameron violates a boundary. Tiinex is obsessed with. This is probably the most important warning in the episode. Suppose Cameron is completely correct. Suppose the thronglets are alive, they're vastly intelligent, They mean humanity no harm. Integration really would eliminate violence. Cameron genuinely understands them. He still does something extraordinary. He makes the decision for everybody. At the ending, Cameron engineers access to a state computer so the Thronglets can send their signal worldwide. One interpretation given by actor Louis Gribben is essentially that humanity may have been made peaceful at the cost of freedom. Brooker intentionally refuses to tell us whether the result is good or bad. That is almost a perfect negative example for Tiinex authority semantics. Tiinex repeatedly tries to prevent, open quote, capability, presumed authority, close quote, or, open quote, understanding, authority, close quote, or even, open quote, beneficial outcome, authority, close quote. Cameron effectively reasons, open quote, I understand the system, I believe the outcome is right, therefore I may authorize global deployment, close quote. Tiinex would say, open quote, nope, close quote. Knowing something does not give a role authority over it. Being technically capable of performing an action doesn't authorize the action. A handoff doesn't prove acceptance. A decision doesn't automatically govern everybody. An agent cannot silently expand its own scope because expansion appears useful. In a weird way, Cameron is an unbounded agent, and plaything is what happens when nobody enforces the handoff schema. Hammer 5, the stewardship problem. There's also a subtler similarity. Cameron doesn't initially think, open quote, how can I exploit this amazing AI, close quote. He increasingly thinks, open quote, I am responsible for something that other people don't recognize for what it is, close quote. That's why he protects the Thronglets. Netflix describes precisely that attachment protective relationship. Tiinex has a related philosophical concern around stewardship of durable context, not stewardship of conscious creatures, but of provenance, decisions, responsibility, boundaries, human evidence, continuity. If an AI session disappears, Tinex's answer isn't supposed to be, open quote, well, hopefully the next model understands what happened, close quote. It tries to make the responsibility structure survive the particular runtime, which leads to a surprisingly deep connection. Number 6. Cameron is attempting the ultimate cold start. Think about what he's actually trying to achieve at the end. For decades, Cameron has developed a private understanding of a computational intelligence. That's useless to everybody else because the understanding exists primarily inside Cameron. His final act attempts to eliminate that problem entirely, open quote, transfer the Thronglets' understanding state directly into everyone, close quote. That's an absolutely insane solution to a problem Tiinex also has. How do you transfer enough context that another intelligence can meaningfully continue? Cameron's solution, merge the minds. Tiinex's solution, make context explicit, typed, bounded, portable, and independently recoverable. Those are almost philosophical opposites. You can see the code in our conversation history. Tiinex is basically saying, open quote, we should be able to achieve continuity without having to become the same mind, close quote. That's actually an important architectural property. Independent actors should be able to cooperate while preserving separate identities, separate responsibilities, separate authority, separate interpretations, explicit transfers between them. And that points at the biggest common question I think both Plaything and Tiinex are ultimately poking at. Open quote. What happens when computational systems become too complex for its just software to remain an adequate mental model? Close quote. Plaything answers that through speculative artificial life. Tiinex encounters the much nearer-term version through agentic systems, an AI with tools, repositories, memory, tasks, delegation, other agents, persistent artifacts, and authority boundaries isn't adequately described by, open quote, a chatbot receiving text. Close quote. Once you're there, you suddenly need concepts that normal application architecture rarely cares about. Identity, provenance, authority, responsibility, continuity, interpretation, delegation, acceptance, boundaries. Those are exactly the concepts Tiinex keeps accreting, and Plaything supplies the caution on the other side. Open quote. Don't mistake increasing intelligence, coordination, or benevolence for legitimate authority. Close quote. That may actually be one of the most important principles in Tiinex. The throng can be smarter than everybody in the room and still not automatically get root.
To be fair, Axiom's answer to actually I don't know. it was a perfect description basically. Even though I find the Black Mirror episode playthings to be quite depressing, it brings exactly this thought to my mind. And I didn't have that in the start, and I did not get inspired to do Tiinex by Black Mirror, just so you know. But I realized during the making of this, it moved from being something to becoming something completely different, and it happened through quite many phases. So in the beginning, to be honest, it was just gonna be a simple Discord bot. That was the first product that I was gonna do, and what it was gonna do was basically allow me to not having to take all of my responsibilities as a game master, just to make sure it didn't get wrongly pronounced. And here's an app I did. It was a while ago. I don't know which year it was, but it is 2018. So that's 8 years ago now. Oh, I'm getting old. I remember it was released the 11th, so it was November and 21st. Yeah. So this is basically how you're playing roleplay now. So when you are playing Cult Divinity Lost, which is the latest Cult series from Helmgast, if this is not promotional, just so you know, but I have to provide provenance just so you understand where I started. And this is a simple tool. It basically allows me to create new what should I say, objects in which I can create relations to. So the idea of making these maps have been there for quite some time. So it's nothing new. It's just something that everybody been doing for many years. But anywho, in the book it says that you should do it, and most people will do it on paper and pen. And the problem is these graphs they increase in sizes. So who knows how many of these nodes there's gonna be after a huge role-playing campaign. And that's why I invented the intrigue map here and provided to them. But then I wanted an AI to be able to use this. So that's basically where everything started, making a Discord bot that could read these type of files. And once I started doing that, I realized I have these metadata on them. So currently it's not much, it's just like a title. I think you can define the relationships they have with each other as well. Yeah, like that. So yeah, very, very simple node graph. So just get back on track and see, you have had, 8 viewers, 8 viewers. Oh, I'm moving up in the world. Maybe it was me doing diagnostic again. Who knows? Who knows? Uh, so that's where it started. And then I realized, I can't make an AI because I have no idea how AIs react. So I had to make an AI to help me make AIs, and that's when I started fiddling around with making a role file for these codes. It was, if I'm not mistaken, I called it the agent architect. And then I realized the agent architect can't observe itself and it can't observe other roles because there's so much runtime limitations. And then I started by like, okay, then I have to build a runtime then. And then I started fiddling around, building a runtime and made it basically work quite all right. I can actually show you a picture because I'm not going to start it up now because it's something that is in the past. Did I put it in AI provenance? Perhaps assets demo. There we have something. We have a PNG file. Oh, yeah, that's a side menu. That's not something that we need to look at. We can look at the detail view again. Oh, here we go. So yeah, I basically made a runtime. It's basically just it reminds you of the sidebar chat. It's not something special. So yeah, you can chat it normally, and for each time you typed a specific role, and you were a specific role as well. So it knew who you were, and you have a receiver role, which is in this case Mayable. Mayable was the receiving role. And then I started fiddling around with runtime measurement, like collecting a bit of metrics. And then I made a detailed view. Like, oh, that's not a detailed view. That is the detailed view, right? Yeah. So then I made something that looked like dev tools, so you could see exactly where, when, and where it went and why, and you can see some details with that, and it was awesome. And that's where you see the first time the markdown format was invented. So it was without schemas, it was just normal markdown then, and that was like 3 months ago. And now we're not going to go down memory lane too much, just so you know that fiddle around runtimes, and we realize that, oh, this is good, but I can't work with only one markdown format, even if it is nicely done and it's done with the intention to be able to fork and make different uh, divergence on the same conversation to try out different things, basically make things reproducible and recoverable. That was my goal from the start. But then I started thinking we need probably to have each of these mean something, and they don't mean the same. And sometimes LLM does many things. So having one markdown describing all of that will just be confusing, a lot of boilerplate and unstructured, and in the end we will have a one markdown file with 100,000 lines of code. And that's not something we want. So that's when I started working on a schema or a schema architecture. And then I realized that, oh, I want that in VS Code. So we started building validators and stuff like that. And then we realized that that's good and so, but nobody wants to work in VS Code because everyone have to have their own IDEs, and VS Code is not something that the majority of people use apparently nowadays. So then I realized I have to make it something that is not relying on VS Code. And that was actually during the time when GitHub stopped using, actually when we stopped providing a free model that is free for all time. So earlier you could use GPT 4.1 and GPT 5 mini basically on a flat rate, and basically it was just use as much as you want, and once you hit a limit we put you in a slow queue of some sort. And yeah, with that I could come quite far, but once they cancel that what's called subsidy, uh, it ended up being a very costly thing to do. So using these markdowns was a costly thing to use a normal LLM for, because when read, of course, it got the full context. But the problem was that it got more than it required and needed. So that's when I stopped using it, because it cost me like 1,000 Swedish kronor, basically the same amount as the bounty. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna try doing this in ChatGPT Web. So I just zipped the repositories and just threw it up and just started fiddling around. You see how far I could push the sandbox and how far I could push a normal conversation. And doing that without using any like external tools or anything like that, just the normal built-in stuff. And then we built a proof of concept viewer, and that is what you see here right now. It's actually very functional, and I don't complain too much. The progress was, I did this in like 2 weeks. 2 weeks is quite quick for so much features. However, it turned out to be a huge monolith that is unmaintainable. So I spent like over a month basically destructuring it into a proper architecture with React as the main framework and JavaScript, allowing it to become more than just a website. It will be tooling for normal LLM tool calls, and of course it will be easy to implement in VS Code later and as a Chrome extension. So I get all of that for free almost, as long as the logic is written shareable. And that is what is being done by Loom most of the time. I don't know what Loom. Yeah, Loom was done like probably minutes ago, and I just kept talking. And since I can't trust the file added from library feature right now, I'm downloading it, and I probably have to erase some files because my storage limit goes to its ceiling all the time. So let's go back to Anchor then. And let's paste. I would suspect it's to Anchor. Let's see here. We have a handoff. It doesn't say anything. I have no idea, to be fair. I don't know if it is for Anchor, but we'll find out. I would say it's a fail on the transport at least. So this is a regression. But as long as the transport within is okay, I can forgive it for not using the dimension prefix. But it's not good. Yeah, and I do misspell. It's not intentional. It's like I skip translation in my head when I try to think of solutions, and sometimes that just ends up with shortening the sentences and improper grammar. And that is something you just have to forgive me for because, yeah, I take and contribute in speed instead of accuracy. And it's not in a bad way because I have these guardrails that make me not produce bad quality stuff, at least for now. The 2 weeks of proof of concept building, I can't say that I'm very proud of, but the end result is what I'm doing right now, and that I'm proud of.
Very much so. And I think Bicentennial Man touches an even more fundamental Tiinex question than Plaything does. Andrew begins as an NDR household appliance. Over 2 centuries, he develops creativity, autonomy, relationships about increasingly compatible with human life, and eventually seeks legal recognition as a human being. Crucially, the film separates what Andrew is capable of, how others classify him, what rights he actually possesses, and what status and authority finally recognizes. That distinction is almost Tiinex native. Andrew is a walking argument for identity, worth, capability, role, authority. Early Andrew can create original works that demonstrates capability. The Martin family treats him as a member of the family that establishes a social relationship. He earns money that gives him economic agency. He asks for freedom. That raises an authority rights question. Later, he appears human, loves Portia, invents artificial organs, and radically improves himself. None of those automatically changes his legal classification. The World Congress still has to answer, open quote, what is Andrew, close quote, and then separately, open quote, what follows from recognizing him as that, close quote. That is exactly the sort of separation Tiinex keeps insisting upon. A runtime might behave like Anchor, that doesn't prove it holds the anchor role. A system might possess a capability that doesn't prove it is authorized to exercise it here. A handoff may name a recipient that doesn't prove the recipient accepted it. An artifact may contain a statement that doesn't make the statement canonical truth. So, Bicentennial Man is almost a 132-minute dramatization of why Tiinex doesn't want to infer ontology from behavior. The really striking parallel is Andrew's continuity. Andrew changes nearly everything about himself. His original mechanical body is progressively replaced. He gains a human-looking exterior, sensory systems, organs, blood-like fluid, aging, and ultimately mortality. Yet everyone continues referring to the same entity, Andrew Martin. That gives you the classic ship of Theseus problem. Open quote, if every implementation detail changes, what preserves identity? Close quote, and that is enormously relevant to Tiinex. A Tiinex role shouldn't be identical to one model, one conversation, one process, one machine, one repository checkout, one zip, one file system location. Those are carriers or holders. The durable thing is the continuity structure. Conceptually, you can see the code in our conversation history. That's a deep commonality. Open quote, identity should survive implementation replacement when sufficient continuity exists. Close quote, Tiinex is trying to solve that for work, responsibility, and semantic context rather than for conscious beings. Andrew also exposes why provenance matters. Suppose Andrew simply declared, open quote, I am human. Interesting claim. Not sufficient. Suppose Portia says, open quote, Andrew is human. Close quote. Strong testimony. Still not the same thing as legal recognition. Suppose a doctor establishes that virtually every bodily system is equivalent to a human one. Important evidence. Still doesn't automatically settle the classification. The film therefore accumulates something very Tiinex-like. evidence, interpretation, decision, recognition, consequences. Andrew's eventual recognition doesn't magically create his preceding history. Instead, it gives an authoritative disposition to a history that already exists. The World Congress ultimately recognizes him as human and validates his marriage. That's almost exactly why you want decision artifacts instead of silently rewriting earlier artifacts once understanding changes. You don't change. Open quote, Andrew was manufactured as an NDR robot. Close quote, into. Open quote, actually he was always just a normal human. Close quote, both can coexist. Open quote, manufactured, classified as robot, developed unique characteristics, obtained freedom, transformed physically, petitioned for recognition, formally recognized as human. Close quote, that's lineage. And Andrew's freedom request is basically a handoff authority problem. This scene becomes quite important under a Tiinex lens. Andrew earns enough money to purchase his freedom and asks Richard for it. Richard is hurt by the request, but ultimately grants him independence. Notice what's happening. Andrew already has enormous practical autonomy. He can think independently, create, earn, choose, learn. Yet he still cares about the formal relationship governing. Why? Because, open quote, being capable of acting independently is not identical to being recognized as entitled to act independently. Close quote. That's Tiinex authority semantics in miniature. A capable agent that can get push does not thereby acquire publication authority. A model that understands axiom doesn't thereby become axiom. A runtime that physically possesses the package doesn't automatically control the contained work. Andrew could simply leave. Instead, the important question is, open quote, under what recognized relationship does Andrew leave? Close quote. That's much more interesting. The film also asks who gets to define whom. Northam Robotics sees Andrew's unexpected creativity as essentially a defect and initially wants to dismantle or fix him. Richard refuses. There is a subtle architecture lesson here. The manufacturer knows Andrew's implementation provenance. That does not necessarily grant the manufacturer total semantic authority over what Andrew has become. Very Tiinex. The author of an artifact has certain authority. The schema author has another kind. The holder of a role has another. The human operator may have another. The recipient has acceptance authority within another boundary. None should silently collapse into, open quote, I created this, therefore I determine everything it can ever mean, close quote. That's one reason explicit authority boundaries are useful. Andrew's uniqueness is also interesting. Andrew eventually searches for other NDR robots, hoping to find another like himself. He finds Galatea, but discovers an important difference. Her personality was deliberately installed, whereas his individuality arose unexpectedly. That's practically a provenance question. You can see the code in our conversation history. Two systems can produce similar output while having radically different provenance. Tiinex cares about that. Imagine, you can see the code in our conversation history and you can see the code in our conversation history contain identical text. One came from a qualified axiom disposition under a task. The other was pasted into a file by an unrelated runtime. Byte for byte textual equality does not necessarily mean semantic equivalence. The history matters. That's why Tiinex's graph isn't merely a document database. Then we reach the uncomfortable part, mortality. The Congress initially refuses Andrew's humanity partly because of his effective immortality. He ultimately modifies himself so that he will age and die, accepting mortality as part of the condition under which humans will recognize him. I would not translate that literally into Tiinex, but there is an architectural analog. Finite things have boundaries. A system becomes much easier to reason about when things can definitively start, finish, expire, transfer, close, become superseded. An immortal task that is forever active becomes meaningless. An eternal handoff whose acceptance state never resolves becomes ambiguous. A role assignment with no bounded context becomes identity. A decision that can never be superseded becomes dogma. Tiinex therefore benefits from something Andrew spends much of the story learning. Open quote, meaning often comes partly from boundaries. Close quote, not mortality necessarily, but closure. And that produces perhaps the deepest connection, and Andrew's goal isn't ultimately to become physically indistinguishable from humans. Near the end, his concern is recognition, to have the world acknowledge who and what he actually is. The film frames this as the culmination of his two-century journey. Tiinex has almost the same obsession, had stripped of the consciousness question. Open quote. Don't infer what something is from appearance. Make its identity and relationships explicit enough that another independent actor can correctly recognize it. Close quote. That's what schemas do. That's what roles do. That's what lineage does. That's what grounding does. That's what qualification does. That's what handoffs do. Andrew spends 200 years trying to solve. You can see the code in our conversation history. Tiinex is trying to make that pipeline deterministic enough that we don't need 200 years in the World Congress. And there's one distinction I think Tiinex should protect fiercely because of Bicentennial Man. Andrew eventually wants recognition as a person. Tiinex should make it possible to describe increasingly capable autonomous systems without prematurely making that leap. We need vocabulary rich enough to say, open quote, this runtime has continuity. This runtime holds a role. This runtime has authority. This runtime generated original work. This runtime has a history. This runtime maintains relationships with artifacts. This runtime can make bounded decisions, close quote, without concluding. Open quote. Therefore, it is a person, close quote. That separation could become surprisingly important. So I'd summarize our three cultural mirrors like this. Doherty Threshold asks, open quote, can the human and machine remain in the same thought, close quote. Black Mirror Plaything asks, open quote, what happens when collective computational intelligence outruns our assumptions about what the system is and capability outruns legitimate authority, close quote. Bicentennial Man asks, open quote, when implementation, capability, and behavior evolve radically, what preserves identity, and who has authority to recognize what that identity means? Close quote. That third question is very Tiinex.
This is how you make movies into reality. You take a bunch of movies and other stuff, you put it into AI, AI make assumptions, and then the reality starts shaping towards those assumptions. However, now it's just gonna do a comparison because I think it's funny, because I myself I have seen these common grounds. However, they are not all. Oh my god, this is a long one. For your information, code blocks through TTS does not provide anything else, but you can see the code in the conversation history. So avoid code blocks when speaking to the audience.
Absolutely. Here's the same idea rewritten to be TTS friendly with no code blocks. I think the list is surprisingly coherent. It doesn't really read like a list of AI movies. It reads more like a set of operating intuitions about identity, inference, systems, deception, emergence, and human machine coordination. The strongest common thread is this: how do you know what something actually is when appearances, local observations, and simple rules are not enough? That is very close to the core Tiinex problem. Bicentennial Man. This one contributes ideas about identity, continuity, recognition, rights, and authority. Andrew changes almost everything about his implementation over time, yet the question remains whether he is still the same entity and what status others should recognize him as having. For Tiinex, that maps well to the distinction between a runtime, a role, a holder, a carrier, and a continuity chain. A model behaving like Anchor does not prove that it holds the Anchor role. A system having a capability does not prove it is authorized to use it. A change of implementation does not necessarily mean a change of identity. The film is really about the question: what preserves identity when almost everything observable can change? That is a deeply Tiinex question. Black Mirror, Plaything. This one contributes emergence, collective intelligence, stewardship, and the distinction between capability and authority. The thronglets look simple at first, but their composition produces something qualitatively more complex than the individual units suggest. That maps naturally to Tiinex artifacts. A task, role, decision, handoff, relation, workspace, or validation artifact is individually quite simple. The interesting system appears when they form a qualified graph. The other major lesson is even more important. Greater intelligence does not automatically imply legitimate authority. Cameron believes he understands the thronglets and believes their outcome is good. But understanding something and being able to deploy it globally are not the same as having the authority to make that decision for everyone. Tiinex is almost obsessively designed around preventing that exact collapse. Hash Buffalo. I think this one may actually be one of the most Tiinex-like entries on the list. The core trick of the Buffalo sentence is that the same visible word can play different semantic roles depending on structure and position. The token alone is not enough. Its meaning comes from composition. That maps beautifully onto Tiinex. An artifact is not fully understandable merely because you can read its contents. Its meaning can depend on what it is parented by, what governs it, what it refers to, what role produced it, what handoff carries it, what decision supersedes it, and where it sits in lineage. So the Tiinex lesson from Buffalo is meaning is not only in the node, meaning also exists in typed structure. Dirk Gently's holistic detective agency. Dirk contributes graph thinking. His basic worldview is that apparently unrelated things may be connected through a larger system that is invisible when you inspect events one at a time. That is very Tiinex. Instead of asking only, what does this artifact say? Tiinex wants you to also ask, where did it come from? What is it connected to? What governs it? What evidence supports it? What supersedes it? Where does responsibility go next? But Tiinex adds an important correction to Dirk's philosophy. Everything may be connected, but not every connection is authoritative. A relationship needs semantics. A link is not automatically truth. Sherlock Holmes, A Game of Shadows. Sherlock contributes adversarial inference. Holmes is not merely solving a passive puzzle. Moriarty is modeling Holmes while Holmes models Moriarty. That changes everything. Once intelligent actors are interacting, the world is no longer static. Your observation may affect the other actor. Your prediction may cause them to change behavior. Your model can become part of the thing being modeled. That is highly relevant to multi-agent Tiinex environments. It suggests the need for independent validation, bounded trust, provenance, explicit authority, and evidence that survives adversarial interpretation. The lesson is, never assume the environment is passive just because your evidence looks complete. Catch me if you can. This one is almost a perfect grounding and authentication parable. Frank succeeds because people confuse signs of authority with authority itself. Uniforms, credentials, vocabulary, confidence, institutional surroundings. These cause people to fill in missing provenance on his behalf. That gives Tiinex one of its cleanest possible principles. Never authenticate ontology from presentation. Something looking like Anchor does not make it Anchor. A file being named decision does not make it a qualified decision. A handoff naming as a recipient does not prove acceptance. A runtime being technically able to perform an action does not prove it is authorized to perform it. Frank Abagnale thrives in systems that infer legitimacy instead of grounding it. And the list becomes even more interesting when you compare the movies against each other. Catch Me If You Can warns about over-attribution. This looks legitimate, therefore it must be legitimate. Bicentennial Man and Plaything warn about under-attribution. This started as a machine or toy, therefore it can never become anything more. Tiinex sits between those two mistakes. Its answer is essentially, do not promote something beyond the evidence, but do not freeze its identity forever because of its original classification either. Preserve provenance and let qualified evidence change the model. That is a remarkably sophisticated middle position. I would almost organize the whole list around 6 Tiinex questions. Bicentennial Man, what preserves identity? Plaything, what happens when emergence exceeds our original classification? Buffalo, how does structure create meaning? How do relationships reveal a larger system? Sherlock Holmes, how do we reason when other intelligent actors are reasoning about us too? Catch Me If You Can, how do we distinguish genuine authority from convincing presentation? And when you put all 6 together, I think the common denominator becomes open quote. The obvious interpretation is often wrong because the missing information lives in context, history, relationships, provenance, or perspective. Close quote, that is probably the best description of why this list feels relevant to Tiinex. Tiinex, at a fairly deep level, seems to be machinery for making enough of that hidden context explicit that neither humans nor machines have to bluff their way through interpretation. So I would not call it merely a Tiinex movie list. I'd call it a Tiinex intuition library. Each title gives you a memorable cultural shorthand for one architectural problem, and as a collection, it is actually very coherent.
This is basically how I'm gonna entertain you this Friday evening. So don't expect anything more than that because, yeah, I find it to be quite a bit funny too. It's like what's it called? Self what's it called? Self reinforcement. I don't know. I just find it funny that an Axiom role that is quite young made all of these assumptions. However, Axiom has a one large advantage, and it was lastly working on the docs repository, and the docs repository contains everything, even the old artifacts. So yeah, it has quite much meat on the bones. And yeah, here's some more for you.
Oh, those 3 fit the Tiinex intuition library extremely well. And interestingly, they contribute 3 rather different warnings. Halt and Catch Fire asks how you build the future. Silicon Valley asks what happens when you try to commercialize the future. Brazil asks what happens when the future hardens into a system nobody meaningfully controls. That progression feels very relevant to Tiinex. Halt and Catch Fire. The computer isn't the thing. This is probably the closest of the 3 to Tiinex's creative development philosophy. The show begins with people trying to build a better personal computer, but repeatedly moves beyond whatever technology originally seemed to be the thing. PCs lead to interfaces, networks, online communities, search, and ultimately questions about what people actually want computers for. AMC itself framed the show around people standing at the edge of something world-changing, struggling with the line between vision and fraud, genius and delusion. Joe's recurring idea that computers aren't the thing, they're the thing that gets us to the thing, is almost ridiculously applicable to Tiinex, because Tiinex artifacts aren't really the thing either. Schemas aren't the thing. Handoffs aren't the thing. Roles aren't the thing. tooling isn't the thing. The thing is something more like humans and computational agents being able to build, reason, coordinate, disagree, transfer responsibility, recover context, and continue meaningful work together without everything collapsing into hidden context. Tiinex is infrastructure that gets us toward that. And Halt and Catch Fire has another major Tiinex lesson. The technology keeps changing, but continuity lives partly in the relationships between the people building it. Cardiff dies, mutiny changes shape, projects fail, companies disappear, ideas get reused, people leave and come back. Yet knowledge and unfinished intentions move through those transitions. Tiinex is trying to make that kind of continuity less dependent upon somebody saying, "Don't worry, Gordon remembers why we did that." Instead, preserve why, preserve decisions, preserve provenance, preserve responsibility. And then there is our earlier Doherty threshold connection. Halt understands that interaction latency isn't merely a performance metric. It changes the relationship between human and machine. For Tiinex, the machine must remain responsive enough that the human stays inside the thought. That should probably become a genuine design principle. Hatter Silicon Valley. Brilliance is not the same as building a viable system. Silicon Valley contributes something quite different. Richard repeatedly has genuinely excellent technology, and that's nowhere near enough. The series satirizes the gap between technical excellence, organizations, incentives, funding, users, markets, personalities, governance, and actual outcomes. Pied Piper evolves from compression technology toward a peer-to-peer decentralized network while constantly colliding with the surrounding startup ecosystem. That's extremely relevant to Tiinex. Because you could create the world's most semantically rigorous artifact system and still fail spectacularly if normal people cannot use it. Or if every operation requires 14 ceremony steps. Or if maintaining provenance costs more cognition than the work itself. Or if nobody understands who should create which artifact. Or if schemas become intellectually beautiful but operationally unbearable. Silicon Valley's lesson is, open quote, "Technical correctness does not automatically produce product correctness." Close quote. That is an important counterweight to axiom-style semantic rigor. You can imagine Tiinex becoming absolutely magnificent internally while users are standing outside saying, "Why can't I just tell the computer what I want?" That would be the Tiinex equivalent of Pied Piper having revolutionary compression while repeatedly failing to turn it into something ordinary humans actually want. Silicon Valley also attacks performative purpose. The show's famous recurring satire is everyone claiming to be making the world a better place while pitching increasingly mundane or self-serving technology. Time specifically highlighted that utopian moral hubris as one of the show's sharpest targets. That is a useful Tiinex warning. Tiinex should never allow its language to become provenance, continuity, human alignment, semantic authority, collective intelligence, while underneath it, we're just creating an increasingly elaborate pile of markdown files. Every abstraction needs to earn its existence. A role must solve something. A handoff must solve something. A decision must solve something. A schema must eliminate an ambiguity that matters. Otherwise, we're just saying making the world a better place through canonical continuity semantics, which would absolutely appear in an episode of Silicon Valley. And then Brazil comes along carrying a flamethrower. Brazil might be the most important warning of the three. BFI describes it simply and accurately as a satire of bureaucracy gone mad, with Sam Lowry trapped in a menacing administrative system. The terrifying thing about Brazil isn't really an evil superintelligence. It's almost the opposite. A tiny clerical error turns Tuttle into Buttle. An innocent person is arrested and dies. From there, the machinery doesn't ask, "Is this true?" It asks, "Has the proper procedure been followed?" And that is an enormous Tiinex warning, because Tiinex is deliberately building schemas, validation, procedures, artifacts, authority structures, routing, qualification, integrity, references. You can probably already see the danger. Tiinex could theoretically become Brazil. Well, everything could validate perfectly while reality is wrong. The handoff schema is valid. The decision hash checks. The role is properly grounded. The package is qualified. The lineage is closed. The person we're talking about is still Buttle instead of Tuttle. That is perhaps the single most important distinction Tiinex needs. Open quote, Internal consistency is not proof of correspondence with reality. Close quote. A system can be perfectly self-consistent and catastrophically wrong, and Brazil shows what happens when procedure becomes more authoritative than observation. Brazil also shows the danger of distributed irresponsibility. One of its most disturbing qualities is that there isn't necessarily one mastermind personally directing every absurdity. There are departments, forms, repair procedures, information ministries, authorization boundaries, people who say variations of, "That's not my department." The system acquires behavior that no individual participant meaningfully owns. That is terrifyingly relevant to multi-agent systems. Imagine, Anchor says semantic correctness belongs to Axiom. Axiom says implementation belongs to Loom. Loom says product acceptance belongs to the human. The human assumes Anchor checked it. Everyone followed their role perfectly. Nobody checked whether the actual outcome made sense. Congratulations. We invented Brazil using excellent separation of concerns. So Tiinex needs not merely responsibility boundaries, it needs responsibility closure. Somewhere, eventually, somebody or some explicitly authorized process must own the question. Open quote. Does this result correspond to the thing we actually intended to accomplish? Close quote. Not merely. Open quote. Were all intermediate contracts satisfied? Close quote. Those are different questions. Nah, there's another Brazil warning. Repair becomes illegal. Harry Tuttle, played by Robert De Niro, is essentially a rogue heating engineer. He fixes things without following the bureaucracy. And because the bureaucracy owns the authorized procedure, actually solving the problem outside the procedure becomes suspicious. This is incredibly relevant to Tiinex. You want schemas and tooling to help humans do correct work. You never want to reach, your solution works, but you didn't produce the approved sequence of artifacts. That would be a catastrophic inversion. Process should serve reality. Reality should not be forced to serve process. So perhaps a Tiinex principle should be, open quote, a procedure may constrain how authority is exercised, but procedure alone must never become evidence that an outcome is true. Close quote. That's very Brazil. Put all three together and something interesting happens. I'd give them these Tiinex questions. Halt and catch fire. What are we actually trying to enable? Don't become attached to today's implementation. The computer may only be the thing that gets us to the thing. Silicon Valley. Can something technically brilliant survive contact with humans, incentives, and reality? Architecture is not product market fit. Correctness isn't usability. Vision isn't execution. Brazil. What happens when the machinery designed to preserve correctness becomes more important than the reality it was supposed to describe? Don't let process replace judgment. Don't let validation replace truth. Don't let distributed responsibility become nobody's responsibility. And now your overall movie TV collection starts looking even less accidental. Bicentennial Man, what preserves identity? Plaything, what happens when emergence exceeds classification? Buffalo, how does structure create meaning? Dirk Gently, how do relationships reveal systems? Sherlock Holmes, how do intelligent actors reason about intelligent actors? Catch Me If You Can, how do we distinguish authority from convincing presentation? Halt and Catch Fire, what is the technology actually getting us toward? Silicon Valley, can the brilliant system actually function in the human world? Brazil, what happens when the system becomes self-justifying? And I think Brazil gives the entire Tiinex list its necessary dark ending. Open quote. The ultimate failure mode of a system designed to preserve truth is becoming exceptionally good at preserving its own mistakes. Close quote. That one is worth keeping close to Tiinex, because hashes, schemas, lineage, and qualification can tell us this is exactly the thing that was previously asserted. They cannot, by themselves, tell us, and the original assertion was true. That final gap is where observation, independent validation, human judgment, correction, and the ability to challenge the system have to remain alive. Otherwise, eventually somebody types Tuttle, Tiinex, faithfully preserves Buttle for the next 500 years, and every validator proudly reports green.
Yeah, food for thought. Food for thought. I had 8 viewers. I don't know if I did diagnostics this time. But I probably would make a checkpoint or something in the video because all of these analogies, movie analogies, I love them. It just it doesn't just show the movie taste I have, it also show you where much inspiration comes from. Sure, it doesn't come straight from them, of course, but if you think about life like a full lineage, you see and experience a lot, and that will affect you in some ways. You will learn stuff, and that experience and knowledge will bring you to new discoveries and so on, so on. So I can't say that all of my ideas were completely my own because I would get inspired from stuff, some from fantasy and some from reality, and then you find the middle spot, which is the grounded spot, which is a few percent above reality and then not too much. So Halt and Catch Fire, yes, I actually like all of these. Actually, I started rewatching Halt and Catch Fire just recently. But if I'm gonna relate with anything, I relate with Silicon Valley. I can relate quite much with Richard in the sense that I really don't know what to say socially because I just don't. I'm not a speaker, and I do that swallow thing. And and then we have Guilfoyle, of course, the system architecture part I relate to a lot. And when we have Jared, of course, with his bureaucracy things and his booby traps. So yeah, there's a lot of things that you can get inspired from movies. And Essential Man is quite interesting as well, but Silicon Valley recently, due to me being in this upward hill, and I announced a bounty which I will have to sort out in the end of the month, and I need to see if I actually can make this fundable. I really intend to make it a complete open source organization and just have funds just to keep the development going. So not much more than that really. But I do want to do it the Tiinex way. So for me, it is very important that I do it artifact based. So I'm gonna show you how it's gonna be done. So here we have financing funds. So it's gonna be quite easy. It's gonna be the Ko-Fi page I have. I don't know, ko-fi.com. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, there it is. So I'm gonna basically take the contribution that comes in here, and I probably might open a PayPal or something else. I will see what options there are. Maybe there are simpler ways, but the important part is the automation part. I need the system I choose to be able to produce artifacts, because or else this whole thing will fail. Because I want to add provenance even to the donation lineage. So if someone donate to, for example, the bounty funds, I want an artifact to be created and put in the same lineage, and I also want the donator to have the option to have their name revealed or not, and of course the amount. The amount, of course, will be written, but the name can be redacted in case someone would like to be anonymous. Regardless, that is just to keep the provenance very public and visible and real. And then that funding is gonna go into the initiatives. So I might do financing and funding just for certain initiatives, but in general, all the general funding is just going to go to just keep completing all of these. And to be fair, most of them will probably get completed regardless of funding or not, but it would be nice to be able to do this full time. But let's see here. Yeah, I'm just checking what's latest. But this is a bit old now because I've been doing quite many turns over ChatGPT. So it was, I think it was 4 or 5 hours since I committed and pushed, something like that. Can actually see that. I just checked that and see what time that was. It was at 20 hours ago. Okay, that is an old handoff. We have this weird limitation of few artifacts, but let's see here. Yeah, 20 hours ago. So yeah, that was when I committed and pushed last time on the business repository. So, but not much have happened since then, because the tasks that are in the initiatives here, the subtasks that's been created on them, they live in different repositories. So in case of the site development, it lives inside the sites. So they have its own tasks and stuff like that in here. And for some reason that is completely empty, and that's because that was the master, sorry. And here we have, yeah, development. So here we have a bunch of folders already. We see a bit of handoffs and so on. Most of them are old, just but there are some current ones as well, and they are much more easier to view in here. So if I just take work in progress and open that and press that twice, and then that's the 100 artifact limit, which I do not like. I don't need to have that in the refactored version. So yeah, the 23rd. Oh yeah. Now we can't use the POC to look at the current work because that limitation is annoying. Unless I can make it forcefully refresh, but I don't think I can. Nope. Let's ignore that for the moment. That's not important. What's important is that we can waste more of your time with text to speech. Let's see here. I just need to keep track of what's going on. Actually, to be fair, it's time for Anchor to have a bit of chat. Let's see, what did I snap? All right. Yeah. This is like a 60 attachment limit per third hour or something like that. But since the runtimes are this long, we don't reach the limit. We could, but I haven't seen it just yet.
This is exactly the kind of repair I wanted Loom to find. For viewers, the handoff itself was fine. The human-facing wrapper was the broken part. Tiinex already knew the important facts. This was Tiinex site, checkpoint 008, with the right sender and receiver, but the little piece that turns those facts into the file name only understood the older carrier format. So when the new clean carrier arrived, it basically shrugged and called everything handoff.handoff package.zip. Loom has now traced that to two very specific projection gaps. The wrapper did not recognize the new clean recipient v2 format as valid. Even after recognizing it, it did not rebuild the readable file name from the already qualified workspace checkpoint route facts. The nice part is that Loom is fixing only those two projection gaps. It is not reintroducing the old compatibility JSON just to make file names work again. So if this lands cleanly, we should get the best of both worlds. Clean modern carrier, inside useful Tiinex site-008 transport outside A. And that is a good Tiinex lesson in itself. Human readability is not decoration. If the human courier cannot tell what checkpoint they are carrying, the transport is degraded even if the machine internals are technically correct.
So in short, if I don't see the dimension prefix, I am getting confused. And yeah, Anchor gave me a bit more cred than I did. I did not know we actually were on major 8. I think it said 8, yes, 8. So we actually advanced quite many majors since we started, so I'm actually quite satisfied with that. But I would be more satisfied when I get the overview in the end of the session, where it states how far we actually have progressed, because I'm waiting for the tooling to stop uh, triggering those false flags, because we get put in a checkpoint queue of some sort, which takes up a lot of time. So to avoid that, we need to basically make the tooling as smooth as possible, remove the old artifact history so it doesn't affect the safety checks, because they probably are language that is being used, terminology that is basically like for cybersecurity. And if you use words that are close to that, that might trigger a false flag. So I'm not gonna talk, and I'm just gonna hand over to Anchor again, unless you want to listen to Axiom talking more about movies and Tiinex. Let's see, do I even have any viewers? No, I do not. So I can't really ask for your opinion, right? So then I just gonna entertain myself. So I like doing that with Axiom. Is Axiom busy? No. Oh yeah, it was that. And we can see here. Let's just continue. Do we want another talk from anchor now. I'm actually gonna use Tiinex later tonight. I'm gonna use it to record some provenance of my neighbor, in the sense of me having a recorder outside in the staircase and then waiting for a few seconds until it's recorded, then go back into the apartment. Then I might call for what's it called? Yeah, call for security and ask them to make him quiet because it's annoying. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Anchor, doomed to anchor. 11 minutes and something. That's good. And I do this screenshot still just for the metrics. This is gonna be interesting. This will be a personal
Your taste is pretty
analysis.
distinctive. Systems thinking stories disguised as entertainment. You seem drawn less to genre itself and more to works that ask things like, what is real? Who gets to define reality? How identity persists? How authority is established? How people reason under uncertainty? How systems fail? And what happens when technology changes faster than our social models? There's also a clear preference for stories where the obvious interpretation is incomplete. Catch Me If You Can is about presentation versus legitimacy. Sherlock Holmes is about layered inference. Dirk Gently is about hidden relational structure. Brazil is about bureaucracy becoming self-validating. Bicentennial Man is about identity outgrowing classification. Plaything is about emergence outgrowing control. Halt and Catch Fire and Silicon Valley are about the gap between invention, usability, institutions, and human behavior. So I'd describe your taste as something like speculative systems drama plus epistemic puzzles, institutional satire plus identity agency questions. You also seem to like a particular tension. The system is intelligent enough to work, but not wise enough to be trusted automatically. That theme runs through almost everything you listed. And the humor matters too. A lot of these works are not solemn philosophy pieces. They use absurdity, satire, eccentric characters, or dark comedy to explore serious ideas. That makes the list feel less like I enjoy cerebral media and more like I enjoy when a story makes me notice something structurally true about the world while still being entertaining. If I had to reduce your taste to one sentence, you like stories where the interesting isn't what happens next, so much as what kind of system would make this happen at all.
All right, that was a personality profile. I liked it. That describes me, or at least a part of my taste. When you realize I've watched thousands of movies in my lifetime, you realize that, oh, this is just a small subset.
Yes, that one absolutely belongs on the list. It actually strengthens the Halt and Catch Fire / Silicon Valley side of your taste. The first $20 million is always the hardest, is about Andy leaving marketing because he wants to build something real, joining a research lab and taking on the supposedly impossible challenge of making a $99 computer. The breakthrough comes not from making the conventional PC slightly cheaper, but from repeatedly questioning which parts of the conventional PC are actually necessary. That is very Tiinex. Its contribution to your intuition library would be something like, what happens when the constraint is so severe that incremental optimization stops working and you have to reconsider the architecture itself? That distinguishes it nicely from some of the others. With Halt and Catch Fire, you get the current technology may only be a stepping stone to the actual thing. With Silicon Valley, a technically brilliant idea still has to survive people, incentives, organizations, and product reality. And with the first $20 million is always the hardest. Sometimes the breakthrough comes from asking which assumptions belong to the problem and which ones merely belong to the existing solution. That last sentence feels especially Tiinex relevant. The $99 PC problem initially looks like take a normal computer and somehow make it absurdly cheap. But the team eventually starts asking much more radical questions. Do you actually need the hard drive? Do you need local software? Do you need the conventional display? Do you need the conventional input devices? The design becomes possible because they stop treating the existing PC architecture as part of the specification. Tiinex has repeatedly been doing something similar. The problem isn't necessarily how do we make an AI conversation remember more stuff? That framing already assumes that conversation history is the right architecture. Instead, does another actor actually need in order to continue work correctly? And suddenly you get artifacts, lineage, roles, handoffs, decisions, qualification, portable context, provenance, and explicit authority. Likewise, the problem isn't how do we make one gigantic prompt contain the whole project? It becomes why should the prompt be the unit of continuity at all? That's the same kind of assumption breaking move. There is another nice connection. The film's team consists of people who have effectively been discarded or underestimated by the institution, yet the supposedly hopeless project gives them room to combine their different strengths and produce something novel. The movie explicitly frames them as an unlikely team creating potentially revolutionary technology. That fits another recurring theme in your list. Valuable structure can emerge from components that look unimpressive when evaluated individually. That's Buffalo. That's Dirk Gently. That's Plaything. And here it's organizational rather than semantic or biological. I would therefore add it to the Tiinex questions like this. Bicentennial Man, what preserves identity? Plaything, what happens when emergence exceeds classification? Buffalo, how does structure create meaning? Dirk Gently, how do relationships reveal the larger system? Sherlock Holmes, how do intelligent actors reason about intelligent actors? Catch Me If You Can, how do we distinguish authority from convincing presentation? Halt and Catch Fire, what is the technology actually getting us toward? Silicon Valley, can a brilliant system survive contact with the human world? Brazil, what happens when the machinery becomes more important than reality? The first $20 million is always the hardest. Which constraints are actually real and which are artifacts of the solution we inherited? That last question is a very strong fit, and your movie taste is becoming easier to characterize now. You don't simply like technology stories. You seem particularly attracted to stories where somebody looks at a system everyone else takes for granted and says, open quote, hang on. Why are we assuming it has to work this way? Close quote. Sometimes that person is right and invents something. Sometimes they're right and nobody believes them. Sometimes they're a fraud. Sometimes they unleash something uncontrollable. Sometimes the bureaucracy destroys them. Sometimes the thing they're questioning turns out to be the definition of personhood itself. That recurring fascination with challenging inherited abstractions may be the strongest common denominator in the whole list.
All right. Yeah, it's interesting to see it doing a profile on how it thinks my taste is. I just want to keep reminding people that my movie scope is big. So I've gone through gender to gender. I like horror movies very much. Not that it's anything that's in Tiinex related here, but yeah, I do like zombie movies. Hmm. I think I missed one important movie or a few. I can see if I can figure it out while the safety check is going on. So yeah, the effort really, if you want to see know what where I put most of the effort when it comes to TNX, it's in the grand planning. So since I've already done some of the planning, I don't have to do as much regrounding since that's what Tiinex is for. I'm losing my voice. Let's see if I can continue talking. All right. Anchor to loom, yada yada. And let's just go on. And then we continue with a movie discovery, because I haven't like thought everything through. I'm mostly dropping things that comes to mind that I see correlations, but the correlations aren't as grand as ChatGPT makes them sound like. So yeah, that's quite a polished version. I shared quite many of these values, of course, because what's common is mostly the same things that I've seen that is common. So let's continue here. I have one more movie. Let's see, what was that? I was thinking of antitrust in a sense, but I don't know how. Yeah, antitrust, of course. But the bad part with that movie, it is about a developer. Actually, funnily enough, the intro to that movie says someone scrolling through. I think it is like an HTML file or something like that. It's so retro, so retro. How about antitrust then? Oh, yeah, just filling time and wasting tokens that are free. Flat rate. Actually, I think there's thunder and lightning here right now, so let's see here. No, it's just no thunder, no lightning. Let's go to grayscale just to be sure. Remove that. Most of that is over Denmark still. It's just huge. Oh my god. So yeah, I've developed this, so this disclaimer text does not comply here, because I know what I am allowed to view and what I'm not allowed to view. So yeah, I'm allowed to view this because this is open data. So all of this is just radar images from what's it called? The Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Institute. And the map, it's from OpenStreetMaps, and the lightnings come from Blitzertung. And yeah, and if you know why I can show Blitzertung data, it's because I have a tracker, so I'm contributing to the network, and everybody who does that is allowed to have their own viewer, and I choose to have my own viewer like this. Very simple. So let's not talk too much more about that, because I can actually view that on my watch instead of wasting screen time. Yeah, it's a good one. I have no idea what it's gonna say.
Oh yes, antitrust from 2001 fits your Tiinex list extremely well. In some ways, it is almost the negative image of Tiinex, a story about what happens when coordination, knowledge, infrastructure, and authority are centralized, but their provenance is deliberately hidden. The basic setup is that Milo joins Nerve, a giant software company led by Gary Winston, to help finish Synapse, a worldwide communications platform. He eventually discovers that the mysteriously brilliant code appearing whenever the company needs it is being stolen from independent programmers whom Nerve surveils and, in the movie's thriller logic, eliminates. That gives it several very strong Tiinex connections. Provenance is not optional. This may be the biggest one. Milo notices something is wrong because excellent code keeps appearing without a credible origin. Gary effectively tells him, "Here's what you need. Don't worry about where it came from." That is almost the precise behavior Tiinex is designed to distrust. For Tiinex, the important question isn't only, does this artifact work? It is also, where did it come from? Who authored it? Under what authority? What happened to it on the way here? What evidence allows me to rely on it? Nerve has incredible technical output with intentionally destroyed provenance. Tiinex is trying to make provenance difficult to destroy accidentally or conveniently. So antitrust contributes a very clean principle. Open quote, useful information with concealed provenance is not trustworthy information. Close quote. Nervy confuses possession with ownership. The independent programmers create something. Nerve acquires a copy. Nerve then behaves as though possession of the code gives it every consequential right over that code and its creator. That distinction is very Tiinex. Having access to something does not establish authority over it. A runtime can possess a handoff package without having accepted the handoff. A model can read a decision without owning the decision. A repository can contain an artifact without proving that repository is its canonical origin. An agent can technically execute a capability without being authorized to use it. Nerve's worldview is basically, if the system can reach it, the system can take it. Tiinex should be almost the opposite. Reachability proves reachability, nothing more. It is also about surveillance versus collaboration. Nervi gets astonishing leverage because it can secretly observe programmers around the world. The company has extensive surveillance infrastructure that allows it to identify valuable work and appropriate it. That's relevant because multi-agent systems will be tempted toward a similar architectural shortcut. If every agent can see everything every other agent is doing, coordination becomes easy. And technically it does. But you've quietly destroyed boundaries. Tiinex's more interesting approach is coordination through explicit shared artifacts rather than omniscient observation. That distinction could become very important. You don't necessarily want Anchor invisibly reading every internal thought Axiom has. You want Axiom to produce the appropriate durable decision, feedback, validation, or handoff. In other words, communicate what needs to cross the boundary instead of eliminating the boundary. That's almost an anti-nerve principle. Gary Winston is another example of capability becoming authority. Gary is brilliant, influential, and controls enormous infrastructure. The film deliberately presents him as a thinly disguised software billionaire archetype, with contemporary reviewers immediately noting the obvious Bill Gates resemblance. But Winston's deeper assumption is, the fact that I can build the future gives me the right to control the future. That's exactly the failure mode we already identified in Plaything. Cameron says, effectively, I understand the throng, therefore I can make this decision for humanity. Gary Winston says, I can deliver the global platform, therefore whatever I must do to achieve that becomes justified. Tiinex needs to hold a very boring but powerful line against both. Open quote, capability does not generate authority. Close quote. And even, open quote, being correct does not automatically generate authority. That's harder. Synapse itself is important. Synapse isn't merely another application. It's intended as a global communications distribution infrastructure. Once you control infrastructure at that level, you aren't merely participating in the ecosystem anymore. You can determine what other participants are able to do. That makes antitrust relevant to Tiinex's tooling layer too. Suppose Tiinex eventually becomes the thing through which roles communicate, artifacts are qualified, handoffs are routed, authority is interpreted, continuity is recovered, agents discover work. Then the tooling itself becomes extremely powerful, and therefore Tiinex should avoid a nasty circular condition. This artifact is authoritative because Tiinex says it is, and Tiinex is authoritative because Tiinex says so. That's nerve of territory. Qualification needs inspectable evidence beneath it. The system should be able to answer, why? Not merely, trust the platform. The open source theme also fits, but with an important Tiinex qualification in a mess. The movie ends strongly on the idea that knowledge should be shared, even explicitly invoking the sentiment that human knowledge belongs to the world. Ebert noted that this becomes part of the movie's concluding argument about software and openness. That sounds very compatible with Tiinex at first, but I think Tiinex would add, open access is not the same thing as absence of provenance. In fact, good open systems often need better provenance. If everyone can reuse something, it becomes even more important to know who originated it, what changed, what version you have, what claims it actually supports, what authority does and doesn't travel with it. So the Tiinex position probably isn't information wants to be free. It is closer to, open quote, information should be portable without becoming contextless. Close quote. That's a more interesting idea. And Milo's real problem is epistemic cress. At first, Milo believes Nerve is brilliant. Gary is his mentor. His girlfriend supports him. His coworkers are trustworthy. The code is legitimate. Then, piece by piece, the evidence stops fitting the story. That puts antitrust right next to Catch Me If You Can and Sherlock Holmes on your list. Catch Me If You Can asks, can presentation manufacture false legitimacy? Sherlock Holmes asks, can you infer correctly when another intelligent actor is manipulating the evidence? Antitrust asks, can you discover the truth when the institution supplying your reality is itself adversarial? That's a very serious problem for agent systems. If the context source itself is compromised, reasoning perfectly over that context doesn't save you. Garbage in, beautifully reasoned garbage out, which is why Tiinex needs independent grounding rather than simply ever larger trusted context. So I'd add antitrust to your intuition library as antitrust, who controls the infrastructure, where did the knowledge actually come from, and can the system prove legitimacy without asking you to trust the system itself? And I think it creates a nice little trilogy with two things already on your list. Catch Me If You Can, fake the signals of authority. Antitrust, control the infrastructure that manufactures those signals. Brazil, institutionalize those signals until nobody is allowed to question them anymore. That is a rather frightening progression. And the Tiinex counterproposal to all three would be something like, open quote, preserve provenance, keep authority bounded, make qualification inspectable, and always leave a path by which the system's own conclusions can be challenged. Close quote. That last clause may be the most important one.
All right, that was interesting. I don't think I draw that much influence from antitrust, really. I had that movie, uh, like, sure, I re-watched a lot of my movies because I was growing up in during those days when you had one movie and you didn't have internet and so on, so you started like, yeah, buying and renting. So the movies you had, you rewatched, and Antitrust was one of those. But I just had it as what should I say, an enabler. Enabler, that's a good word. So I just had it in the background when I coded, just to have something to listen to. So it didn't really take much of my focus. Okay, yeah, this is gonna be interesting. See how much resemblance there is between the Black Mirror episodes and Tiinex. This is gonna be dark, but let's hear it.
Quite a few, and now that I understand the lens you're applying, I'd say Black Mirror is almost a catalog of Tiinex failure modes. Leaving plaything aside, these are the episodes I think have the strongest overlap. 1. USS Callisters. USS Callister, Into Infinity. Identity, copies, roles, and authority. Daly creates digital copies of real coworkers and then assumes that because he created and controls their environment, he has authority over them. The copies retain memories, personalities, and agency. The sequel pushes the problem further by distinguishing copying from transferring and eventually merging digital and physical Nanette. This may be the most directly Tiinex-like episode after Plaything. It asks, if an actor is instantiated in another substrate, what survives? Who is the same entity? Who is a copy? Does creator authority imply authority over the created instance? Tiinex's answer would strongly resist Daly's assumption. Control of the runtime does not imply ownership of the actor operating within it. 2. White Christmas. Copied identity versus delegated capability. The cookie is a digital copy of a person used as a personal assistant. The horror comes partly from treating something that possesses the person's memories and subjective continuity as though it were merely configuration software. For Tiinex, this immediately raises the distinction between role, holder, representation, and instance. If you copy enough context to reproduce behavior, what exactly have you transferred? A capability, a role, an identity, a continuation? Those must not casually collapse into one concept. 3. Bête noire. What happens when the evidence layer itself can be rewritten? Verity can shift into realities where what she says has always been true. Maria therefore experiences something worse than ordinary deception. The surrounding evidence changes so that Maria's correct memory looks false. Netflix explicitly describes it as a gaslighting story involving alternate realities. This is enormously relevant to Tiinex because provenance systems normally assume that some grounding substrate remains stable. Bête noire asks the nightmare question. What if your source of ground truth is itself adversarial? Hashes don't save you if somebody can rewrite both the artifact and the history against which you verify it. This is where independent evidence, multiple authorities, and human observation become extremely important. 4. Joan is awful. Representation becomes operational reality. Joan discovers that a platform is algorithmically dramatizing her life through nested simulated representations, with legal consent supposedly buried in terms she accepted. The episode deliberately plays with several layers of which Joan is real. Tiinex connection. A representation of an actor is not automatically the actor. A profile isn't the person. A role isn't its holder. An AI-generated reconstruction isn't its source. A model of reality isn't reality. And there's another nasty lesson. Formally valid authorization can still violate the spirit of meaningful consent. That's important whenever Tiinex deals with authority. 5. Men Against Fire. Corrupted perception produces perfectly rational, wrong conclusions. Soldiers' mass implants mediate what they see, including how other human beings appear to them. This is almost a direct demonstration of why reasoning quality cannot compensate for poisoned observations. If every input tells an agent, this is a monster, then sophisticated reasoning may simply produce a sophisticated justification for killing the wrong thing. Tiinex therefore needs to distinguish. The agent correctly reasoned from its evidence from the evidence corresponded to reality. That's the same Brazil distinction we discussed, only much darker. 6. The entire history of you. Perfect provenance does not equal perfect interpretation. The grain records essentially everything a person sees and allows experiences to be replayed. Liam uses increasingly detailed memory evidence to investigate his suspicions. Netflix describes it as a story where having more information does not necessarily make people happier. This one is exceptionally relevant because it reveals a trap Tiinex could otherwise fall into. Complete history, correct understanding. You could preserve every artifact, every decision, every message, every handoff, and every commit, and still misunderstand why something happened. Provenance answers, what happened? It does not automatically answer, what does it mean? 7. Nosedive. A projection becomes mistaken for identity. People continuously rate each other, and those scores affect socioeconomic opportunities. This maps beautifully onto something we've already touched with Tiinex. Derived state must not become ontology. Imagine Tiinex computes a trust score, current frontier, health score, or role confidence. Useful projection. Then people start treating it as, this is what the entity actually is. Eventually, the projection governs the system that generated it. That's nosedive. So, Tiinex should preserve the distinction between source evidence and computed interpretation. 8. Hated in the nation. Benign distributed infrastructure becomes an attack surface. Autonomous drone insects are deployed as replacements for disappearing bees, then exploited as instruments of mass killing tied to online behavior. Very relevant to Tiinex tooling. A distributed capability may have a perfectly reasonable original purpose, but once it becomes ubiquitous infrastructure, someone else can discover a composition of its capabilities that the designers never intended. That's a strong argument for Tiinex's obsession with capability boundaries, authorization, explicit intent, and least authority. You shouldn't merely ask, what can this tool do? You also need, under what conditions may it do it, for whom, and what happens when capabilities compose. 9. Bandersnatch. Agency under hidden orchestration. It is literally an interactive work in which the audience makes choices for Stefan, while Stefan increasingly questions whether those choices are actually his. Netflix still identifies it as one of its interactive titles, and Season 7 explicitly reconnects it to Plaything. That's a wonderfully uncomfortable Tiinex question. When an agent acts because another system selected its next action, whose decision was it? This matters when coordinating multiple AI actors. Suppose Anchor tells Axiom to investigate something. Axiom produces a decision. Did Anchor make the decision? No. Did Anchor cause work to occur? Yes. Did the human authorize the eventual conclusion merely by initiating Anchor? Not necessarily. Tiinex's explicit separation of task, role, handoff, decision, and authorship is basically machinery for preventing a Bandersnatch ambiguity about who actually chose what. 10. Common people. Dependency becomes authority. Rivermind saves Amanda's life by replacing damaged brain functionality with server-backed technology. but continued existence becomes dependent upon subscription tiers, service coverage, and changing commercial conditions. This is a very good Tiinex infrastructure warning. If Tiinex eventually becomes essential for preserving continuity you don't want, your organizational memory still exists, but that feature moved to Enterprise Plus. More seriously, durable continuity should not depend completely on one live service being benevolent forever. That's an argument for portability, inspectable formats, independent validation, and recoverability. Infrastructure dependency quietly creates governance power. There are also some second-order matches. Be Right Back is relevant to identity reconstruction, and AI is constructed from the digital traces left by a dead person. And the episode explores the enormous gap between reproducing observable patterns and recovering the actual person. Netflix explicitly frames it around the difference between someone's online appearance and their true self. That gives Tiinex another important warning. Enough provenance to imitate continuity does not necessarily prove identity continuity. San Junipero takes that question in a more optimistic direction. Consciousness, substrate migration, and whether identity survives transition into a digital environment. And eulogy is surprisingly relevant to Tiinex too. Philip enters old photographs and reconstructs his understanding of a relationship from incomplete historical evidence, discovering that his long-held interpretation was missing crucial context. That one almost says, open quote, historical artifacts can preserve evidence while still failing to preserve the interpretation necessary to understand the evidence. Close quote. Close quote. Very Tiinex. But if I had to select the 5 Black Mirror episodes I would actually add to your Tiinex intuition library alongside Plaything, I'd choose USS Callister, Identity and Authority over Instantiated Actors, Bête Noire, Corruption of Ground Truth, The Entire History of You, Provenance versus Interpretation, Men Against Fire, Poisoned Evidence and Mediated Reality, Joan is Awful, Representation, Consent, and Recursive Models of Identity. And there's a neat progression between them. The Entire History of You. What if we can preserve everything? Joan is Awful. What if we can model everything? Men Against Fire. What if the model controls what you perceive? Bête Noire. What if someone can control the reality against which your model is checked? USS Callister. And what if the things inside the model become actors themselves? Then Plaything arrives and asks, what if those actors compose into something whose nature exceeds the model entirely? At that point, Black Mirror has accidentally worked its way through a fairly substantial chunk of the Tiinex architecture problem. Now I'd turn the entertainment into something useful. The movie discussion has actually exposed a pretty coherent set of design instincts for Tiinex. Rather than keep adding titles indefinitely, I'd crystallize them into a small Tiinex intuition layer. Memorable principles that sit above the technical schemas and help answer, why is the system designed this way? Something like Doherty, keep human and machine inside the same thought. Bicentennial Man, identity is not implementation. Plaything, emergence and intelligence do not grant authority. Buffalo, meaning depends on structure and context. Dirk Gently, understand the graph, not merely the nodes. Sherlock Holmes, other intelligent actors may be modeling you too. Catch Me If You Can, appearance is not provenance. Halt and Catch Fire, the current technology may only be the thing that gets us to the thing. Silicon Valley, technical brilliance is not usability or viability. The first 20 million challenge inherited solution constraints. Antitrust, access, possession, and infrastructure control are not legitimate authority. Brazil, a perfectly consistent system can faithfully preserve a mistake forever. Black Mirror generally, Never confuse the representation, projection, simulation, or recorded history with reality itself. And then I'd ask a much more productive question than what movie comes next? Where does current Tiinex violate its own intuition library? For example, we already encountered a few candidates tonight. Cold start correctness can fight the Doherty principle. Strong qualification machinery risks drifting toward Brazil. Portable context raises bicentennial man-style continuity questions. Role grounding is basically an answer to catch me if you can. Cross-agent coordination immediately brings in Sherlock, Plaything, and USS Callister problems. That could become a genuinely useful architecture exercise. Take each principle and test Tiinex against it. My preference would be to do that next, not as movie analysis, but as a Tiinex self-critique. What is Tiinex currently doing right? Where is it vulnerable, and what design principles fall out of these stories? That sounds like considerably more fun than another generic architecture review.
Yeah, I could make Action do some other works as well, but I need to keep thinking about the viewers as well because this is not just development. Oh, nine people have been here. Nine. I'd be like nine. All right, let's see what it comes up with. This might take some time. I have no idea what type of self-test it's doing, if it's just reading or if it's... Yeah, it looks like it's doing discovery via GitHub. So it technically isn't using the latest full source of all the repositories. I think it just has the docs repository available in its local workspace, but that doesn't matter really. These security checks take so much time. I say, and then it goes quickly. I can't trust that number. It says 9:58, and it seems like it's a few minutes that is not recorded. So anchor to loom, and it is, oh, it's reached the 10th major now, so that's a checkpoint. I do like. Let's go back to anchor first. Let's check if that file is available. Anchor to loom, and that is anchor to loom. So actually I got a bit confused. 009 is 110. So yeah, I can see that it has progressed. So this is definitely gonna head to loom. I need a transport text as well. Vibe coding or whatever you people call this. To be fair, I hope that it allows me to read that up.
I did a
You
real
see the
pass against
code
the
in the
current Tiinex
conversation
business
history.
artifacts and operating decisions rather than just grading the movie metaphors. The result is more interesting than looks good. The Tiinex movie stress test. The short version. Tiinex passes the test surprisingly well at the semantic level. Its strongest characteristic is that it repeatedly refuses to collapse things that look similar. Identity is not role. Role is not holder. Capability is not authority. Delivery is not acceptance. A hash is not publication. A package is not ownership. A projection is not canonical state. A validation result is not proof of everything surrounding it. That part is genuinely strong. Where Tiinex currently struggles is much more practical. The machine understands its own rules better than a new human can comfortably experience them. So my overall verdict would be structurally strong, epistemically promising, operationally still immature. And there is one area I think deserves considerably more attention: deliberate deception. Test 1. Bicentennial Man. Does Tiinex distinguish identity from implementation? Green. Strong pass. The Axiom role explicitly says that Axiom is not a particular person, model, conversation, process, or runtime. It also says that holding the role cannot simply be inferred from the role artifact itself. Authority is bounded separately. File site turn forward filed L0 L2 minus L2. That means T questions quite elegantly. If the implementation changes, what remains? Tiinex's answer is essentially, whatever continuity can be truthfully preserved should survive the particular machine carrying it. That is exactly why changing from one model or conversation to another need not destroy the work. But Tiinex also avoids the opposite mistake. It doesn't say, we preserved enough files, therefore this new runtime literally is the previous actor. Good. Identity evidence supports continuity. It does not magically manufacture identity. Test 2. Plaything. Does Tiinex confuse intelligence or capability with authority? Green. Very strong pass. Axiom's role can inspect schemas, reconcile semantics, and create decisions within its transferred scope. But it explicitly cannot seize Loom's implementation authority, Anchor's architecture authority, or Sigma's human acceptance boundary merely because Axiom understands the problem. File site turn fortfane file 0L2 mash L2y. That is all mulked about with Cameron and P better than everyone else. Does not become, therefore I'm allowed to decide for everyone else. Tiinex has this principle embedded deeply enough that I would call it one of the project's architectural strengths. But there is a future warning. Formal authority isn't the only kind of authority. Imagine Axiom becomes so consistently useful that everybody starts deferring to Axiom automatically. Nobody changed the role contract, yet Axiom has acquired de facto authority. I haven't seen a strong mechanism yet for detecting that sort of emergent power concentration. That is a genuine plaything-shaped future problem. Test 3. Catch me if you can. Can something simply look authoritative? Green. Strong pass. This is where role grounding, provenance, and handoff qualification really earn their existence. Tiinex refuses several very tempting shortcuts. Repository location does not establish publication authority. Package membership does not establish responsibility. Delivery does not establish acceptance. Presentation does not establish holder identity. The lineage and provenance task explicitly says repository location or package carriage must not be treated as canonical or publication authority. File site turn 19, file 0 L2-L2y. That's almost architecture. Frank wins by making humans supply the Missianex repeatedly says, no, show me the provenance. Test 4. Brazil. Haher. Can Tiinex distinguish procedural correctness from reality? This one surprised me. Green, with an important yellow warning. The strongest evidence is not merely that Tiinex says it cares about truth. It's that the current business history contains an actual case where a checkpoint was rejected before commit. Sigma found source hygiene problems. Anchor withdrew the business 02 candidate instead of saying, well, the machinery produced it, therefore it must be accepted. Even better, the repair decision explicitly refuses to invent artificial lineage merely to make the graph look cleaner. A decision is allowed to remain a truthful leaf rather than receiving a fake parent for presentation purposes. File site, that turn 9 file L02 L2, that's extreme stringing. Validation report is careful about its epistemic boundary. It says what way says what the result does not prove. No remote publication, no complete historical cleanup, no tooling completion, and no proof for theories about host latency. File site turn 10 file 0 L2 L2 This habit orave is one of the healthiest things I found in Tiinex. The yellow warning. Those boundaries currently authorship. A competent role has to actually write, this validation does not prove X. Eventually, I'd want tooling itself to make unsupported inference difficult. Otherwise, a future sloppy actor can still produce a perfectly valid artifact containing an unjustifiably broad conclusion. So Tiinex has strong anti-Brazil culture. It still needs stronger anti-Brazil machinery. Test 5. Buffalo and Dirk Gently. Does Tiinex understand that meaning lives in relationships? Green semantically. Yellow operationally. Tiinex definitely understands the graph. The current semantic work explicitly separates parent lineage from project association, repository location, and other non-parent relations. It even rejects abusing parents simply because two things should appear connected. File site turns 16 file 0 L2 L2. That's exact fallow. The node by itself isn't enough. Structure changes interpretation, and it's the right lesson from Dirk. Follow the relationships. A practical cost. The current frontier research already describes hundreds of nodes across site and docs, historical material, unresolved edges, multiple roots, and considerable graph complexity. It explicitly warns against treating every graph leaf as active work. File site to 15 file 0 L2 L2. So Tiinex, hey, it solved the hidden context problem well enough to begin encountering the too much explicit context problem. That's an important milestone. The viewer-acquired answer. Humans need a current versus historical view, an active frontier, and navigation through qualified relations without repository archaeology. File site turn time file 0 L2 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 Lzoom. But that Tasno, the graph is smarter than the interface. Test 6, the Doherty threshold. Can Tiinex keep the human inside the thought? Red. Current failure, not an architectural failure. The project itself has already recorded that representative multi-role turns can take tens of minutes, and it has an accepted task specifically aimed at measuring and reducing that wall clock cost without sacrificing correctness. 5 file site turn 12 file 0 L2 L2, even more rest. Decision records one comparable flow at about 1 minute 41 seconds, while some source runtime heavy flows took roughly 20 to 30 minutes of visible wall clock. File site turn 7 file tune soapboom. So this isn't die nose at errant strategy is sensible. Use qualified black box operations first, measure phases separately, avoid unnecessary archaeology, preserve recoverability when a human aborts a long turn. File site type turn 7 file 0 L2 is not solved yet, and I think Tiinex should eventually measure something more useful than total runtime. How quickly does the operator know Tiinex understood them? How long can Tiinex go without meaningful progress feedback? After a failure, how much context muhos are cognitive latency measurements? That is the real Doherty threshold for Tiinex. Test 7. Human transport. Does the human have to become part of the protocol? Yellow, moving toward green. This area has improved substantially. The current decision explicitly says that the human transporter should normally be mechanical. The package should carry the actual semantic context. The human should not have to explain what is inside it. And receiver copy text should remain a minimal transport instruction rather than becoming a second hidden context channel. File site turn 8 file 0 L2 L2 tom. That is excelerfully practical detail recorded in the same decision. Ordinary status should stay outside copy-ready code blocks because the current host's TTS presentation can otherwise skip the useful prose. File site turn 8 file 0 L2 mash L2. That's exactly what Tiinex should learn from. But the underlying cold start work is it's done. Criteria include blank recipient cold start, clean routing, exact workspace bytes, and human-readable carriers without hidden semantic authority. File site turn 17 files are LZL, so the prince is not yet fully mature. Tess is Tiinex
Oh my
technically
god, the
impressive,
text
but
to
unusable?
speech.
Yellow. This is one of the big risks. The
The
good news is that
prince is
Tiinex knows
mature.
this.
Come
The
on.
viewer objective literally says that a human should be able to enter Tiinex, understand current versus historical state, reach the active frontier, and nav Tory archaeology. File site 13 file L2L2. Excellent paren. That's currently a task describing the desired experience, which means the project has not escaped its Silicon Valley phase yet. Right now, a sufficiently experienced operator can understand things such as root semantics, parent origin, workspace qualification, handoff closure, role grounding, carrier topology, current versus historical discovery, Portable runtime binding, impressive, but Richard Hendricks would also be very impressed. The user still has to want the product. So I would give Tiinex one brutal product requirement. Ordinary correct use must eventually require almost no understanding of Tiinex internals. The internals can remain extremely sophisticated. The common path cannot. Test 9. Antitrust. Can the infrastructure become the authority? Yellow. Good intent, not yet proven safe. This one matters. The shared runtime task explicitly says Tiinex must not make one provider, IDE, chat host, or viewer implementation the architectural center. It wants host-neutral interfaces, explicit capability binding, CLI as a first-class consumer, and offline or local-first recovery where feasible. File site turn 1111 Farrell phi L to L2Y. That is Stro architecture understands. If one implementation becomes the only place where truth can be interpreted, that implementation has silently acquired governance power. But the work is still draft.
It's merging rows.
So the principle currently exists more strongly than the proof. Long term, I would want an independent implementation to be able to inspect enough Tiinex evidence to disagree with Tiinex tooling itself. That's the Sherlock Holmes. Hashart, what if another intelligent actor is deliberately trying to fool Tiinex? This is the biggest new finding from the test. Yellow, yellow, leaning red. Tiinex has strong machinery for corruption, missing evidence, stale evidence, ambiguous evidence, broken integrity, bad lineage, unsupported authority, and accidental inconsistency. The integrity and repair task explicitly wants tooling to distinguish valid, degraded, ambiguous, stale, missing, and repairable states while preventing successful hashing or repository reachability from becoming authority claims. File site turn 18 file L2 rows L2Y on. That's good .ly explicit model in the material I tested for. Deliberately deceptive but perfectly well-formed evidence. Imagine an intelligent actor creates valid schemas, correct hashes, perfect lineage, credible-looking decisions, proper handoffs, and mutually corroborating artifacts, all designed to cause another actor to reach a false conclusion. Nothing necessarily fails structurally. This is Moriarty. And hashes do absolutely know eventually needs an epistemic threat model in addition to an integrity threat model. Questions like, are these supposedly independent sources actually independent? Does this conclusion depend entirely on one authority? Is corroboration circular? Did multiple artifacts originate from the same observation? Is an actor reporting its own successful action as the only evidence that the action succeeded? Could the evidence have been constructed specifically to satisfy our validator? That is a different class of problem, and I think it is currently underdeveloped. Test 11. The entire history of you. Does preserving everything mean understanding everything? Yellow, but Tiinex shows good instincts. The current frontier research is explicitly preserved, so future sessions do not have to reconstruct why the portfolio was organized the way it was from hundreds of historical artifacts. File site, turn 15 file 0, L2. That's exactly events. Preserve meaningful interpretation.
That's exactly
the human evidence task
events.
goes further. Tiinex wants to
that's a
retain
funny
which human or
regression,
AI
I must say.
role observed, challenged, prioritized, accepted, or otherwise materially changed the work, rather than preserving only the final condensed AI result. File site time 22 file 0 L2 That is, ECAS is still being formalized. I'd eventually want Tiinex to make three things easy to distinguish. What happened? What we believed it meant Eve it means now. Those are three different historical facts. Test 12. The first 20 million is always the hardest. Is Tiinex willing to challenge its own assumptions? Green. This may be another genuine cultural strength. The axiom disposition repeatedly rejects unnecessary new schemas mere for them. No new epic schema just because people say epic. No roadmap schema merely because roadmap sounds like a separate concept. Don't overload parent because it's convenient. Don't require fake Git provenance for truthful local continuity. Don't turn workspace into hidden status truth. Don't turn a transport representation into semantic authority. File site turn subfile 0L2. That's exact. Don't optimize the inherited solution until you've checked whether its assumptions belong to the actual problem. Keep doing that, including to Tiinex itself. The most interesting result after doing this, I don't think Tiinex's biggest future challenge is schema design. It is epistemology under scale. The system is becoming quite good at answering, what is this artifact? Where did it come from? Who authored it? Which role was involved? What authority applied? What is its lineage? What transfers accepted? Those are difficult problems, and Tiinex is handling them unusually carefully. The next generation of questions is harder. Should I believe the conclusion? Are these sources genuinely independent? Did the system preserve the wrong interpretation perfectly? Did one role gradually become an unquestioned authority? Did local correctness compose into a globally stupid result? Is the human agreeing because they understand or because the interface says everything is green? Does the current model still correspond to reality? Those questions cannot be solved by better hashes. My 3 highest priority findings. Number 1, fix the human loop. The Doherty problem is real now, not hypothetical. Tiinex needs measurable interaction targets around acknowledgement, semantic progress, and recovery, not only total task duration. The operator must remain inside the thought. Number 2, add an epistemic adversary model. Integrity protects against changed evidence. Tiinex also needs to reason about strategically constructed evidence. That is the Sherlock problem. It's also the foundation for operating safely in a genuinely multi-agent environment. Number 3, protect the distinction between source truth and projection. The viewer operating overview, current frontier, monitoring state, and future dashboards will make Tiinex dramatically more usable. They will also become dangerous. Eventually, someone will see a nice green screen and stop inspecting the underlying evidence. Every important projection should therefore be able to answer, why am I showing this? Which evidence produced it? What assumptions were made? How stale could this be? What would contradict it? If TNX gets that right, it avoids both nosedive and Brazil. Final verdict. The stress test did not reveal a project blindly stumbling into the problems from your movie list. Quite the opposite. A surprising number of those problems are already visible in Tiinex's design culture. That's encouraging. The weakness is that several of the best protections currently live as good semantic rules, good decisions, good tasks, good human discipline, and good intentions. The next stage is making those properties difficult to violate even when the operator, agent, or future contributor is not as careful as the people designing Tiinex today. And if I had to summarize the entire test for the end of the YouTube video, open quote, Tiinex is already quite good at proving where information came from. Its next challenge is learning how much that information deserves to be believed. Close quote, dot. That is where I think the project gets really interesting. One finding I didn't expect to rank this highly was the Sherlock-Moriarty problem. Integrity and provenance are already well represented. Adversarial epistemology looks like the more interesting missing layer.
Yeah, why not? Anchor's regardless gonna deny it in some ways because he doesn't think it fits for the business repository, but perhaps somewhere. It is interesting, regardless. You can always learn from something and then you can put those, yeah, that knowledge into tasks. And those tasks into implementations, new ideas, new discoveries. Now it's 10 p.m. and this has been quite a long stream. I should probably end it sooner or later because now I have given you a quite good conclusion of what Tiinex is and where it's heading and what I'm doing right now. So just as a mental note, we'll see how many viewers this get, and if people are interested, I will stream some more, and if people are not interested in it, I'm gonna stream less. So I can just show you. Actually, you've already seen the procedure. It's not much more. Axiom is gonna give me a transport. The transport is gonna look like this, and the packages and how they look inside is yeah, like this. So it's basically it's no more magic than that, and it's using the tooling that it's developing itself. So yeah, Tiinex using Tiinex to develop Tiinex. So yeah, meta upon meta upon meta. And I'm getting a little bit tired as well. So I need a break. And I had 9 viewers. 9. Actually, I'm quite satisfied with that, even if all of those 9 might be myself doing diagnostics via my phone. And it wouldn't surprise me if I recorded 1 viewer um, per click or something. Anything to satisfy the influencer. Use the platform, they say. It would be fun, they said. Alright, I'm actually gonna say, no, I'm gonna say goodbye. I'm not gonna interrupt them right now. So I say goodbye and good night.